Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had a Multiverse Harem? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. So today had SCKD. Okay, scratch that, because that was the understatement of the century. Today hadn't gone right in any sense of the word, and honestly, right now, he was debating whether he could classify this as the worst day of his entire life. He knew it wasn't. However, it was indeed in contention with what was the worst day of his life. For a fact, the day he was informed by his local doctor that he was quirkless. Now, that was the worst day of his life yet. But right now, it was close to being overthrown. Not that any of this should be a competition, nor should he be muttering it out loud. Or at least he assumed he was considering the dirty look a random passerby had just thrown him as he walked down the nearly empty streets between the suburban homes. He didn't even know where he was heading, he just knew he couldn't be home right now as much as he wanted to be. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to hold it together in front of his mother. Thankfully, he'd had the foresight to message her, letting her know he'd be staying out later to hang out with friends. He resisted the urge to give a bitter laugh. Really, he was lucky she fell for that. He lifted a stray hand to his face, rubbing under his eyes, to find, yes, he was still crying. Geez, he was a mess. More fresh tears streamed down his face as his lips trembled yet again, yet he refused to break down, not yet, not until he was finally alone. He suppressed the pathetic whimpers clawing up his throat. Hold it together, he thought to himself repeatedly, his hands shaking as he gripped tightly onto the remains of his latest quirk notebook that Kakin had ruined to his chest. Damn it, more tears fell from his eyes as he thought back on the day as a whole. Where did he go wrong? What had he done to deserve this? When he'd woken up, it had just been another day. He never could have predicted this. Eventually, his legs finally gave out as he came to sit at the top of a flight of stairs, head bowed over his body, as the tears fell without pause. Sobs racked his body as he sniffed weakly. He truly was useless, but he was quirkless, so deep down he'd always known that, hadn't he? Why had he ever even bothered to hope? Why'd he done this to himself? It was his own fault, as always, for allowing himself to dream, and look where that had gotten him. His most recent hero notebook that he'd worked so hard on ruined. Then, as if that wasn't bad enough, he'd been captured by a villain after trying to save his friend. Like everyone didn't tell him enough already that he'd never be a hero, and when he'd had the prime opportunity to prove everyone wrong about him, he'd failed, resulting in him being captured as well, with All Might having to rush in to save the day. Now, if that had been it, he might have just written the day off as bad up until it was redeemed by getting to meet the symbol of peace in person. But then, after working up the courage to ask the man he looked up to more than anything in the world the question he'd always held near and dear to him, his idol had basically told him what everyone had told him from the very beginning of his downhill trajectory. Of course he would. Why wouldn't he? It's not like he needed to hear the exact opposite. But why lie to him? He was only telling him the truth wasn't here? He was only repeating what everyone had reminded him of time and again. That he was useless, quirkless, a waste. Kakin's words flashed in his mind from earlier, but would that really work? Maybe. No, he couldn't be pulled down that path, he was above that. No matter how hard life could get, he'd never stoop so low as to take his own. Still, the words had added insult to an already very injuring day. His skin still stung lightly as if whatever leftover slime that was stuck to him that he couldn't manage to scrape off with his bare hands was acidic or, at the very least, irritating to the skin. Speaking of irritating, his nose scrunched up as a stiff breeze blew across him, bringing in an old, weary smell entirely unpleasant to his senses. Glancing up, he found himself staring across a beach littered with trash, as if it were more of a dump than a beach. Which it basically was at this point, he admitted. The Takoba Municipal Beach Park had practically been like this for as long as he could remember. Somehow, the local neighbors' rubbish ended up here day in and day out. Though there had been initial, half-hearted attempts to stop dumping anything that was too much for regular household bins to handle, afterwards, it had basically become open season, driving away any would-be tourists or beachgoers. Fitting then that he'd managed to end up here, he supposed, with a dry sense of irony heavily shadowed by the wish for the ground to open and swallow him whole. Yet he sat staring out over the trash out to sea as the sun finally sank below the ocean. This is where he belonged, he realized. Yet he found he didn't have it in him to cry anymore. It wouldn't do him any good. It barely ever did. If anything, it seemed to be another detriment for people to pick on him with how emotional he could be. As the breeze lowered slightly, the crash of the waves became apparent as he suddenly took in the silence from this abandoned beach. Finally, with a heaving sigh, he stood knowing he needed to be off by now before his mother became worried for him, which, to be fair, she probably already was, knowing her. A reluctant smile crossed his lips at the thought of her. She had always worried too much, he admitted to himself as he carefully tucked the remains of his notebook into his backpack strapped to his back. Turning, he paused as his eyes had chanced skyward. Turning back around, his eyes narrowed as he studied the sky, searching for the blinking light that he'd seen flashing across the growing inky expanse scattered with stars. There, his eyes widened as what had been a flashing ball of light streaming across the sky seemed to slow, the unidentified flying object now emitting a dark purple glow. What was that? He wondered, already stepping down the stairs, eyes honed in on the orb. The person? A quirk? A person's quirk? Were they a hero or a villain? Already, he was muttering another stream of incomprehensible word vomit. Feet hitting the sand below, his eyes narrowing again. Was it getting closer? Without warning, the object seemed to lock onto him, growing increasingly bright as it took a sharp angle, heading straight towards him and growing larger. Yelling in shock, he turned, already racing back up the stairs, but it was too late. With an almighty crash, the object rocked into the earth, causing him to stumble as he cleared the stairs, hands held protectively over his head. Realizing he hadn't been turned into a human pancake under the object, some kind of metal ball, from what he'd seen in between the flames ethically across it, he glanced warily over his shoulder, figure trembling. What was it? Where had it come from? These questions urged the teenager back down the stairs shakily, even though he glanced around, ensuring the coast was still clear. He placed a hand over his phone in his pocket just in case things turned south. Creeping forward carefully, he had to wonder why he was pushing his luck like this. For all he knew, he could be putting his life on the line over nothing if it was dangerous. Regardless of his doubts, he continued forward, navigating his way through the mess of junk until suddenly there he was, staring across at the silver orb he'd seen. It sat in a crater not far from the lapping waves, the long rusted appliances surrounding it thrown back in a wide arc from its impact. Standing on the outskirts of the purple glow, he studied the orb curiously, noting that it had uncurled, revealing the glowing. Yet somehow there were no scorch marks on it, or even any marks for that matter. He realized as he drew closer, the sand squeaking slightly under his feet still steaming from the heat of the pod. Drawing directly in front of the pod, he peered in as the glow seemed to die down, finding nestled deep, sitting on a small pedestal, a watch? He blinked. Yeah, that was right, a wristwatch was held inside this pod that honestly could have fallen out of space considering its trajectory. What the? He mumbled aloud as he crouched down, reaching a hand out only for, without warning, the watch to seemingly stretch, leaping at his wrist. Releasing a scream of surprise, he jerked backwards, but couldn't stop the device from hitting his hand, where it warped to wrap around his wrist, its material almost liquid-like before it sealed around his wrist with a skin pop, now tightened like a vice. Scrambling back across the sand on hands and knees, the teenager stood, eyes wide as he yelled again, flailing his arm wildly, his fight-or-flight kicking in. Get off me, get off, get off. After that didn't work, he rolled off the ground into a staggering stand, where he stood back further from the pod. Opening his eyes slowly from when he'd closed them in fright, his breathing finally evened out as he stared open-mouthed at the watch now attached to his wrist. So now it was fine? It certainly didn't hurt. His pride, or what little remained, hurt more, he supposed, as he treaded back over to the pod, keeping his arm as far away from his face as possible, just in case. Waving his hand over the pod, he hoped the device would slide back off his wrist, but unfortunately, that wasn't to be. Sighing, knowing he couldn't delay it, he slowly pulled his arm in, eyes running over the watch curiously. There were no obvious ways for the device to be removed, which was disconcerting, but he kept his panic at bay as he studied the design, wondering who could have made the pod and the watch. It was slim and sleek, with a purple wristband, and the dial face was purple and black in an hourglass shape. What kind of watch didn't even tell the time? He fruitlessly tugged at the device for a moment, grunting as finally he seemed to be making progress, only for pain to shoot out from his wrist as he realized that as he pulled the watch, it pulled him along with it. So, this device was now stuck to him? Already? The questions ran through his mind like racehorses urged on to top speed on the final lap as he tilted his wrist this way and that mindlessly. No, come on, calm down. This was getting him nowhere. He forced the panic, rearing its ugly head back into its corner. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them, he held up the watch again. Hey, think it through. There must be some way to remove it, he thought to himself as he studied the watch even more thoroughly. Hey, so what if he did this? Gripping the small buttons on either side of the dial, he pressed them inward swiftly, closing his eyes as he braced for whatever consequences would follow. Hearing a light beep, followed by shifting, forced him to open his eyes. Standing above the dial, rotating in place, stood the figure of a woman. Before he could even begin to process whether his eyes were deceiving him or not, a flash flood of emotions assailed his mind so suddenly that he dropped to his knees, gripping the sides of his head in agony at the foreign sensation. As the feeling subsided slightly, becoming more manageable, he wiped at the tears streaming down his face. What was that? Even now, he could feel a presence, no multiple, inside his mind, as if passengers were riding in the back seat of his brain as he operated. Glancing back at the purple hologram sporadically flickering, he pressed the two buttons back in, hoping to reverse whatever he'd done just to get them out of his head before his skull split open. When the dial retreated down with the hologram disappearing, he grunted in frustration as the minds within his mind remained. Pressing the buttons back in, he grabbed the dial, only to accidentally twist it out in the process. He blinked as the woman before him disappeared, only to be replaced by another. Now he was getting somewhere, he thought, as the emotions in the back of his skull seemed to further fade away under his continued ignorance of them, though he did detect them pick up slightly, though he didn't focus on it as he kept twisting the dial, his confusion growing. Pausing as he came back around to the same woman he'd started on, he paused, counting out 10. So, this device could display holograms of 10 seemingly random women. Weird, now how does he turn it off? Running a hand over the faceplate, pressing down. With a soft click, it did indeed flatten back into the device, followed by a dark purple flash of light. After it finally dispersed, the teenager was left standing in place, scratching his head. So, what the watch could also flashbang people, what kind of faulty piece of technology was this? He thought, annoyed as he dropped his arm. Hello. The sudden voice caused him to jump higher than he thought possible as he whirled in fright, mouth dropping open, perhaps lower than he'd jumped high. Standing before him was the very same woman he'd seen as a hologram a moment ago, now staring at him in interest. Her most striking feature was a black blndfld that obscured her eyes. Her hair was yellowish-white and styled in a bob with slightly chopped ends, and she had a beauty mark below the left side of her lip. She wore a high-slit black turtleneck dress with a high collar and an open cleavage obscured by a lace-patterned fabric. It had puffed sleeves ending in mid-forearm in the form of crow feathers. Inside these sleeves, seemingly, is white fabric that dips sharply before her hands, which are covered in black gloves. Her dress also opened in the back, exposing her shoulder blades to the small space. The dress's skirt was high-slit and was shown to be made of a flowing material like leather. For her footwear, she wore dark thigh-high garter stockings with black lining, paired with black leather thigh-high boots with heels. Hello. He blinked back owlishly as the figure continued to stare him down. His mouth ran dry as his nerves overtook him. You are Izuku, yes? The woman ventured in asking, almost hesitantly, as she stood stiffly under his attention. Weiss? How did you know? He replied, voice cracking lightly. She lifted a hand, pointing at his wrist. Because of that device. But if you're truly Izuku, then that means you're human, aren't you? He tilted his head in confusion. Why yeah, But aren't you as well? The woman let out a sharp exhale, causing the teenager to tense, then suddenly stood at attention, placing a flat hand across her chest. Glory to mankind. What? He pet his head as the woman then bowed to him. As a Yaha soldier, I'm at your service, Izuku. She stated with a quiet seriousness. Hang on dash dot. He took a step back, mind in disarray. What was Yaha? She straightened. My apologies, my designation is number 2 type B, but you may call me 2B. D designation? His mind was blank until he finally settled on bowing back mechanically. It's nice to meet you 2B. Yes, that's my designation as an android. There's no need to bow. I'm here to serve you now. I will protect you. She promised solemnly. An android? Just wait. He stammered, overwhelmed as he glanced at the watch attached to his wrist. Why you came out of this watch, didn't you? Is that how you know who I am? Yes, I'm an android. When I awoke inside that device, I received your memories as did everyone else. Wait, everyone else? Did that mean every hologram could summon that person? He thought he needed to sit down or just head home. Wait, Tom, it's only now dawning on him how late it was. His mother would be worried sick about him by now. He should get going, but what about 2B? It's not like he could leave her here, right? Hey, 2B, I really need to be heading home now, so dash dot. I will come with you. She cut him off promptly. Well, that was easier than he thought it'd be. Okay, great, thank you. He nodded, already heading off to make his way back through the maze of rubbish with the android following closely behind. Okay, so he needed to sort through this like right now. So he found a watch that had fallen out of the sky, which means it could be from space, considering he'd never seen or even heard of technology like this before, which could potentially mean aliens made it. But then again, if human women were somehow inside this device, did that mean it was human-made? And if it was Izuku? 2B's voice broke him from his thoughts. He glanced up as he walked beside him down the desolate streets of the local neighborhood, lights from between houses shining out like stars in the night. The android pulled her gaze away from taking in everything she possibly could. You were muttering. Are you okay? The teenager paused, a blush climbing up his cheeks. Why, yes, sorry. She shook her head. Don't be. They fell into an uneasy silence, at least it was on Izuku's end, as he watched the woman from the corner of his eye, her gaze seeming to constantly shift from one target to the next, as if struggling to take everything in, not that he'd be able to tell because of the BLNDFLD. She couldn't believe it. Somehow, here she was, walking alongside the very race she'd been created and sworn to protect, with no machine life forms, with the world as it was before the aliens arrived to take over the planet. It was surreal. She'd been fighting for so long, she'd never thought anything like this would be possible. Okay, he took a breath, baby steps, then let's break down the situation into more bite-sized pieces. 2B. Her gaze snapped to him so sharply that he tensed. Yes, Izuku? See, can you actually see? He asked curiously. She nodded. I can. When no more information was forthcoming, he continued. How? Though it seems like a BLNDFLD, what I'm wearing over my eyes is actually a visor. She explained. His eyes widened. Are really? She nodded. Yes. That's amazing 2B. He exclaimed, eyes sparkling as his mind pieced together the information. And not only from a technological standpoint but in combat that would provide such an advantage as then no one can track your eyesight, or they could underestimate you because they'd think you're blind. Her gaze landed back on him, or so he assumed. Yes, that's correct. She nodded simply. Before the silence could descend over them like a blanket again, the teenager jumped into his next line of questioning, hoping to keep on the roll he was on. So, do you actually know anything about this? He held up his wrist cautiously. The android's brow furrowed behind her BLNDFLD. I have slightly more information on it than you do, I suppose, as do the others now, but I'm afraid it's not much to work with. He latched onto her words eagerly. That's okay. Really, something is better than nothing, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. She hummed as she finally came to a stop, forcing the teenager to turn to her. Confused at her sudden silence, he turned to find they'd wound their way back to his apartment building already. Time really did fly when he had fun, he thought, shoulders slumping in defeat. I guess we should head up. I still haven't had dinner yet. He mused aloud. Yes, that would be a good idea. 2B nodded dutifully, following him up. Stopping on the landing to his apartment, he paused, realizing how much trouble he was about to be in, not for coming home late as he had warned his mother, but for bringing a girl home. Gulping as scenarios flashed through his head of his mother interrogating 2B, he turned to her apologetically. 2B, I'm not really sure how my mum would react to me bringing you home with me, so is it okay if you go back in the watch for now? She nodded even if she really didn't want to. Of course. He released a silent sigh in relief even as he felt the guilt crawling up his spine. He hated asking that of her, especially considering she hadn't been out for very long. But I'll make sure to let you out again as soon as I can, okay? As you wish. She bowed her head, her worries somewhat eased. Blinking, he waited for her to transfer back into the watch, only to realize he was the person who'd managed to bring her out, meaning he should be able to transfer her back in. He wondered idly how that worked as he lifted the device up, activating it. Finding her hologram, he pressed the dial back in only for it to pop up with a negative beep. Frowning, he repeated the process only to find the same outcome. He glanced up to find the android standing over him. Do you know how this works? He asked. She shook her head. Unfortunately not. I'm sorry. She apologized. It's okay. He sighed. This would pose a problem if he couldn't figure out a way to return her to the watch. Then an idea struck him. He twisted the dial to the next hologram. He wondered whether multiple girls could be brought out at once, and if not, whether his attempt to bring out another would cancel the first, causing the android to return to the device. Maybe this will work. He muttered as he pressed the dial in, causing 2B to disappear in the same flash of purple light. The sense of achievement flooding him dried up as quickly as it had come, as he realized there was now another girl standing in her place. And maybe not. He mumbled, scratching at the back of his head. The new figure before him was a tall, beautiful, slender young woman with long, light blue hair and blue eyes. She wore a general's uniform with long sleeves buttoned at the upper arms, a blue scarf around her neck, high-heeled boots, and a peaked hat with a crest on the front. She also had a tattoo on her chest. She had porcelain white skin, and her BRSDS were quite large. Hello, Izuku. She greeted. Hello. He could feel the perspiration breaking out across his forehead as she studied him swiftly, eyes cold. He was only going to be thrown off by them, wasn't he? He doesn't know how he didn't pick up on it before, but why the heck did this watch only bring out women? Geez, he probably looked like such a pervert right now. Not that he could really complain, the women, from what he could tell so far, were really attractive. Without warning, the woman lashed out, slapping him across the face. Recoiling with the sharp slap that rang into the night, he held his cheek, eyes wide in shock, only to find her mimicking his expression as she had a hand to her cheek. What was that for? His voice warbled as his cheek stung. Damn it. She scoffed, rubbing her cheek. That BSTRD wasn't bluffing. Huffing, she straightened, shooting him an icy glare. I can't believe I'm stuck with a weakling like you. He couldn't tell what stung more, the insult or the slap, still he frowned. I guess someone has to stay outside of the watch permanently until it runs out of power. He mused, choosing to ignore her words for the time being. Flicking her hair over her shoulder, rolling her eyes, the woman stated flatly. I'm Isteth, General of the Empire and leader of the Jaegers. Hey Isteth. He greeted timidly. Will you be okay if you come in? Why wouldn't I be? Her eyes narrowed dangerously. He ducked his head, holding his hands up placatingly as he shook his head. And no, just making sure if you come in, you'll be meeting my mum, and I'll have to explain what happened. He shrugged meekly. I won't cause a scene if that's what you're implying. She scrutinized him briefly before seeming to soften at least slightly from her hardened state. From what I gathered, your mother is a lovely woman, so I will treat her with the respect she deserves. However, you should pay more respect to me as your ranking superior. She leaned down into his face. Is that understood? Why yes. He squeaked. Very well then. She leaned back, motioning him to the door, arms crossed. Taking a deep breath, he turned, opening the door, stepping inside, followed by the woman. Taking her cap, she handed it to him carelessly. He hung it up for her on the hook by the door before he heard his mother's voice float down the hall. Izuku, you're finally home. I was worried sick and dashed up. As his mother stepped into the corridor, tears pricking around her eyes, she paused, noticing the figure beside him assessing her critically. And you brought a friend? My name is Esteth. Esteth greeted, tilting her head in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. The mother blinked, taken aback. Hello, it's nice to meet you too. Her gaze slid to her son, who gave a strained smile. Well, dinner's ready, though I wasn't expecting guests. Her eyes hardened as she admonished her son. Sorry, Mum, but this wasn't exactly planned, Izuku mumbled bashfully as he slipped his shoes off. But that's okay, I'll just be sure to make more for you, Esteth. It shouldn't take too much longer. The woman's gaze brightened as she turned back to the woman. So please come in, make yourself at home. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Esteth acknowledged as she followed the patriarch of the family into their home. Now there's no need to be so formal, Esteth dear, please call me Inko. Honestly, I'm just glad Izuku's brought a friend home. It's been too long since we've had guests over. The woman continued as she bustled into the kitchen, already preparing another dish as the duo took their seats. Thank you, Inko. From what I've gathered, Izuku thinks very highly of you. Her gaze slid to the teenager who blanched across from her as his mother's face lit up. Does he now? Well, isn't that nice of him? She preened brightly. As dinner was eventually served, the trio sat down to eat, with the two women keeping the conversation flowing, mainly as Esteth tactfully deflected most questions about her own life by asking about the mothers instead. All while Izuku subtly shot glances under the table, wondering when the watch would finally run out of power, yet it didn't seem to. It was then made worse as, finally, his mother seemed to catch on to him, noticing the watch on his wrist. That's a new watch, Izuku. Where did you get that from? Is that why you were out so late with Esteth? Did she buy it for you? Her brows suddenly drew down together, it having not gone over her head that this new woman seemed much older than him, enough to have concerned her slightly, as she now wondered about the true nature of their relationship, her motherly instincts already kicking in. About that, the teenager chuckled nervously as he scratched at the back of his head, mind in overdrive, trying to find a way out of the situation, but he knew there was no avoiding it ever since they'd walked in through the door. Whether he wished to admit it or not, he is yet lying, so he knew for a fact that even if he attempted it, his mother would see straight through it, and then he'd be in even deeper trouble, so with a deep breath, he sagged in his seat, holding up the device. Plus, it's not like he could hide it from her, she'd be bound to find out sooner or later, plus this would be easier for everyone involved, he thought, resigned to his fate. After briefly explaining what had happened from the beach up until now, his mother sat in her seat, unmoving, mouth hanging open, unable to believe it. He's being truthful, unfortunately. Esteth sighed as she finished her meal, snapping the woman out of her head. With a shake of her head, she glanced between the pair. So, what happens now then? She asked in a small voice, already worried for how this would play out for her son. Well, if you must know, which I suppose you should, then I should explain what happened inside that watch when we woke up. The general sighed. From what I'm aware of, none of us are from this universe, and neither is that watch. What? The duo asked at the same time. The woman sighed through her nose as she hunched over, hands steepling together. Allow me to explain. The teenager sat at the table, frozen in place, his empty plate forgotten, his mind thousands of leagues away as he struggled to wrap his head around what had been explained to him. If any of this were true, which it had to be, his mind was blown. Apparently, they'd all awoken inside the watch around the time the pod would have crashed into the beach if he had to guess. From Estetha's lengthy explanation, each woman had seemingly come out of a room that was an exact copy of their previous homerooms, only to find themselves in a large circular room. The ceiling of the space was, In fact, the dial of the watch, which, from the inside, was transparent, allowing them to see outside. Then, what the woman described as a hunched-over old anthropomorphic gray frog had appeared as a hologram before them from the ceiling, before they'd had a chance to even talk to each other. Supposedly, he'd explained to the women that they were exact replicas of the original versions of themselves from their universes. During their life or death, she hadn't added bitterly. Yes, he'd said universes. She'd clarified coldly at the teenager's outburst at that information, a whole multiverse, the possibilities he thought mind-swimming. He'd then explained that they were in a device he'd explicitly created after another watch from his own universe, just with key differences. He'd assured the women that the watch, which he'd refused to name as well as himself, would only be able to be worn by someone deemed worthy by the device itself, from what he'd programmed into it. Then whoever the watch found would be psychologically linked to them with their thoughts, feelings, and emotions shared between them all. Which explained Estetha's reaction to him slapping her, he thought, rubbing his cheek. Then his face paled as she explained that the device's power was seemingly infinite, according to this alien, and that it couldn't be broken or taken off, and that if it did or he died, they would all die as well. Then, as soon as the watch had clamped onto him, the women's minds had been flooded with his life, as well as allowing them to tap into his senses to experience life outside of the device, as well as through the dial of it. So now he sat, mind-boggled. Then, to top it all off, he realized now with this sort of power, he wasn't quirkless anymore. Well, okay, technically he still was, but with a device like this, with women who he assumed were at the very least capable of fighting, he actually stood a chance of being a hero. Obviously, this idea was still cooking up, and he knew the hoops he'd have to jump through to make this work, but he had a chance. Suppose he gained permission from the women in this watch. There was still much to work out, of course, but for now, for better or worse, he kind of almost had a quirk now. A cocktail of emotions was swirling in his head as Estetha turned to him expectantly. "You're excited about this?" She arched an eyebrow. "I must admit you're lucky." Straightening, he turned to her, his eyes blazing with a determination that took her off guard. I promise that no matter what, I'll try my best to care for you all." He clenched a fist in front of himself. "As long as you all will do the same for me." "Well, we don't particularly have a choice now, do we?" She replied, staring him down disdainfully before releasing a sigh. "But I suppose this will have to do." The teenager lay across the couch as Estetha had informed him she would be using his bed, in a tone that left no room for argument, not that he minded or his mother, for that matter. He found a smile worming its way onto his face, despite his resistance. Lifting his hand out from under the covers, he studied the watch attached to his wrist. Maybe his luck was finally turning around, he thought, hope blooming in his chest. As it turned out, having 10 women from across the multiverse wasn't exactly fun, but it was becoming more bearable with time. The day after the teenager had found the watch, he had holed himself up in his room with it, using it to retrieve each woman, or, as he'd called it, summon them. He'd essentially interviewed each person about their lives to learn as much as he could about them. What had struck him straight away was the variety of women, as none of them knew each other, and only last night after he'd arrived home, had they even tried getting to know each other. But from what he could gather, they all came from completely separate universes, some more similar to his than others. It was still so surreal to him, but he was growing used to the idea, even if every day he kept waking up waiting for him to realize he'd dreamed this all up in his sleep. But it still hadn't happened yet, and for that he was grateful. Through each interview, though, he'd also learned more about how useful they'd be to him, as he'd already made a new notebook to document these women's powers or skills, because the most significant difference from his world to theirs was quirks. Apparently, in almost every world, everyone was quirkless like he was, with only specific individuals being as powerful as the pro-heroes in his world or even more powerful, he'd found out. And even though they had his memories as well as their own, the women had still been just as interested in him and his world, which led the teenager to realize with a sobering certainty that, regardless of his current predicament, these were still real people who had lives before this and still did technically. However, it would still never be the same for them again. It had weighed heavily on him the day after he'd found the watch. He felt a deep sense of responsibility towards the women, to the point where he'd point-blank address them about his life's goal. He wanted them to be able to live as well as they could, despite their predicament. He made it clear that he would not control them but would appreciate their help, and to his relief, they had all more or less agreed to this. But considering this watch and by extension these people were all tied to him and each other with a history far more complicated that blew everything they knew of their universe out of the water, he knew he had to keep it under wraps. So, eventually, he'd come up with his idea to explain everything away, rather conveniently, he might add. His story definitely had holes that could be poked through it, he wouldn't deny that, but from now on if anyone asked, he was no longer quirkless. He was, in fact, a late bloomer but had finally developed a quirk. It wasn't common, but it still wasn't anything unheard of, thankfully, especially with the excuse that a quirk of his kind was almost indeed one of a kind, with sporadic cases of people with similar powers to him. Suppose the device he wore came under scrutiny. In that case, he'd explain that with his father's business connections in America, they had made the technology capable of helping him handle and control his quirk. Not that he'd heard from his father since he was diagnosed quirkless, nor did he deliver the news to him. But at the end of the day, the man still sent them more than enough money to live comfortably, which he supposed was all they could ask for. The only problem that could arise was if anyone dug deep enough to learn more about him. The thought of his carefully constructed facade being exposed filled him with anxiety, because then the tower of lies he was stacking would be as good as a house of cards in a stiff breeze. But as he'd spent almost an entire day repeating these bogus claims to his mother's random questioning during the day, he felt a sense of relief. He could at least take heart in knowing that if he couldn't lie about anything else, he could lie effectively about this. So hopefully, if he repeated these claims enough times, people would be none the wiser. And if worst came to worst and someone pinned him for his fibs, he could always play dumb. Those worries aside, it didn't take him long to figure out not all the women in the watch were stable, for lack of a better word. After his initial interviews, he felt unnerved by a handful of the women, so he'd taken to laying out the ground rules to make everything work between them. The teenager would take turns releasing them, meaning every day a different person would be allowed out in an order he'd helped decide with them. He'd then made them all promise him that under no circumstances were they ever allowed to harm anyone deemed not a threat. He'd also felt the need for better or worse to make sure they knew they couldn't kill anyone either ever, unless he granted them express permission, which, as it turned out, was a sage decision, not that he'd ever find that out. The consequences, as he'd seriously enough to make his point, were that if these rules were broken, then, depending on the severity, he'd never release them again. Aside from these, what he considered unnecessary rules that he'd set up just in case, he'd also had to try to enforce what wasn't a rule but a general reminder to the women not to fight, because the number of times their emotions had flared up in his head, distracting him during school, was becoming too much to bear. Speaking of school, for the time being, he'd kept his new quirk a secret, waiting until the entrance exam of UA that was nearing closer each day to finally reveal it to people who hopefully wouldn't judge him. He also just feared, in general, what would happen should he dare to bring any of the women to school, not just because of how everyone would react, least of all Kakin, who, all things considered, after the Smile Villain incident had basically been treating him like he didn't exist, which honestly worked for him. Because with the explosive blonde to head the charge of beating him down, many of his other bullies had seemed to pick new targets, as well as if they'd finally grown out of picking on him specifically, to which he was grateful, as it allowed him to keep his head down and focus on preparing. It hadn't taken long for the teenager to realize that, although his quirk was a blessing in many ways, being very versatile and powerful, it didn't mean it didn't come back without its drawbacks and weaknesses that could be exploited. For example, he'd found out that if the woman with him wasn't within his line of sight, he could not bring her back into the watch if he needed to swap them out. He'd also found out that if he summoned one too many times in a row, the time it took for the women to swap places would be delayed. And they'd also found out that if far enough away, the woman would automatically teleport back into the watch, where inside time would not affect their bodies in the slightest, or so the alien creator had also explained to them. But what really drove him to train as hard as he was that, at the end of the day, he was still quirkless, meaning he was a sitting duck. If anyone chose to target him instead of the woman with him, he'd be a liability, not to mention useless, which he couldn't stand to be anymore. Not when these people could count on him eventually, or when he needed to prove himself. If not by matching them, at least by holding his own until they could assist him. The device had picked him after all. For better or worse, he couldn't be the judge. Even if deep down he figured for the worst, he knew he had to be better than he was now, if only to be of some assistance. So, with that new pledge, it had lit a fire under him to become better. And as it happened, the beach-turned abandoned junkyard where he'd found the watch he now wielded was the ideal place to train, as he now snuck out with his mother's permission, of course, to train up. Because he was weak and he knew that, he figured what better way than to train the whole of his body with the strenuous activity that was moving all the rubbish off the beach into the newly acquired industrial waste bin that a woman had managed to find for him. He didn't question where or how they'd found it, and they didn't explain, but he was grateful for the goal to achieve. Then on weekends, he'd train in hand-to-hand combat with whoever was up for it. Because as much as he'd wished to learn how to wield weapons similar to those of the women, he knew if he were going to learn how to fight properly, he'd need to cover the basics first and foremost to grasp them properly before he dived into the deep end, so to speak. It had also been an excellent opportunity to study the women's prowess up close and personal. And to say they were all powerful in their own ways would be an understatement, though obviously some outclassed the others, they were all amazing, and he'd argue they could even give many pro-heroes a run for their money. They were all also really attractive, not that he'd be caught admitting that out loud. And as the frog-like alien had also informed the women, those who carried weapons when outside the watch had to focus on them to make them appear or disappear at will, which was certainly handy. So, with all this progress rushing through him, time seemed to speed up considerably until, before he knew it, he'd woken up on the day of the UA entrance exam. The day of reckoning. He climbed out of his head in his room as, after much debate, his mother had allowed him to squeeze another bed into his room, which made it much tighter, but allowed him and the women to both sleep comfortably. Now he stood in the bathroom staring himself down in the mirror, working to psyche himself up. His training was clearly paying off, with his form shifting and becoming leaner, packed with more muscle, not anything to write home about, just yet, but he knew he'd get there eventually. He and, by extension, the women in his watch were as ready as they were ever going to be, he figured, swallowing down his nerves. It was time to chase his dream. It was time to be a hero. The teenager stood outside UA, silently staring up at the academy with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. He couldn't believe it. He was really here. He honestly might faint. Now he just had to pass the exam so he could stay here, he thought with determination. So, are we heading in or not, Izuku? The girl beside him asked, glancing between his expression and the building, working to stifle her laughter. You know if we can't make it in time, you'll fail, right? That seemed to grab Izuku's attention as he turned to his companion. Alright, sorry, it's just... As his gaze slid back to the building, he gulped, suddenly nervous. What if they'd spent all this time and effort for nothing? What if they still failed? What if they managed to see past his lies? That he didn't belong here? The girl sighed, stepping forward, ready to shake him out of his funk. Izuku, listen up. She grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him lightly, forcing him to her mildly exasperated gaze. You know we can all feel what you feel, right? He blushed at the reminder, scratching at his cheek, anxiety fading into embarrassment. Alright, sorry, Momo. He muttered. Don't be okay? I get it, it's natural to be nervous right now, but we've totally got this, okay? I know we do. She leant down, smiling brightly at him. He straightened, nodding at her firmly. Right. Unfortunately, the moment was shattered as a far too familiar voice called out behind him. Stupid Deku. The girl's face fell into a scowl as the teenager turned, blinking. Kaken. He greeted. Get out of my way now before I set you on fire. The blonde responded with barely constrained anger. Like clockwork, Izuku practically leapt out of his way, hiding his head behind his arms. Hey, good morning. Let's just do our best out there, okay? Good luck. He squeaked. Scoffing, Katsuki shoved past him. Same old Deku, he thought, always getting in the DMN way. What the hell was he even doing here? He paused, however, at the girl standing before him, arms crossed. You want to get set on fire, too? Because I will if you don't get out of the DMN way. So, you're Katsuki? She asked, surveying him while pinging an eyebrow, unimpressed after briefly searching through her shared memories with her friend. What's it to you, skank? He growled. She snorted. You really are such a prick, you know that? What did you say? His hands dropped to his sides, palms popping. Who the hell did she think she was? Getting in his way? She had medium-length auburn hair that mostly framed the right side of her face and brownish-crimson eyes. She wore a white undershirt under a long-sleeved light pink sweater with a loose red bow, a pleated navy blue skirt, baggy white socks, and brown loafers. She also wore green circular earrings and a black choker, with a circular green item at the back that matched her earrings. You heard me. She taunted back. You dash dot. He made to lunge before Izuku jumped in his way, holding his hands out placatingly. Hey, cack and look, take it easy, okay please? He flinched as the blonde growled in his face before seeming to regain a semblance of control as he glared down at the girl. You'd better watch yourself. He threatened. The girl returned his glare coolly as he stormed past them. She blew out a puff of air. What a jackass. Remind me how he's supposed to be a hero again? The teenager shrank in on himself. I know Kachin's personality needs some work, but Dashta. Why do you call him that? He paused, caught up short. It. You still call him by his childhood nickname, while he calls you useless. You realize he's not your friend anymore, right, Izuku? Momo asked, brows furrowed. Yeah, but Dashta. His attempt at a defense was cut off as the girl shook her head. Whatever, we don't have time for this anyway, come on. Grabbing his hand, she led him finally onto the school grounds, causing him to immediately lose track of his defense of his former friend as he internally freaked out about finally being here yet again. Standing outside the hall where the teenager was currently taking his written exam, Momo leaned back against the wall, staring mindlessly at the ceiling. It was weird, her life was strange now, or kind of her life anyway, since she was technically a replica of herself, which was a whole can of worms she didn't want to open anytime soon. But regardless, she guessed she had no choice but to make the most of it, and she couldn't help but feel smug getting picked to come out today out of turn, as Izuku hadn't wanted to bring unnecessary attention to himself today by bringing anyone else with him, which she could understand. Even if she thought he could at least try to learn to deal with more attention on him, she understood why it was hard for him, considering he'd been bullied for what she considered normal. Funny how different worlds worked. He honestly reminded her of Akron in many ways, which always made her heart ache, thinking that now all she had of her previous life were her memories, but now wasn't the time for that. She shook herself out of her thoughts. Turning around, she pressed her hands flat against the wall, closing her eyes as she reached out to grasp the teenager's aura as it spiked with anxiety, as she assumed the test was halfway to being complete now. She wasn't worried though. Izuku was a nerd, he'd be fine, which she tried to convey by also pushing her emotions through her link to him while also smoothing his aura out, which despite the fact that he didn't have any sort of power was easy to pick out, maybe a side effect of not having a quirk, or perhaps because they were connected so closely now, who knew. She smiled to herself, though, as the teenager calmed down significantly and his aura lost its edge, his gratitude pulsing back at her. Huffing and puffing drew her attention away from the wall as she opened her eyes to find a skeletal man with stringy blonde hair hurrying down the corridor wearing a suit. He paused, finding the bemused girl watching him. Hello. He greeted, out of breath. Late for something? She quirked an eyebrow, a smirk on her lips. Not yet, but I'm cutting it close. He checked his watch before glancing at her. But you must have missed the exam then? He didn't sound condescending, merely apologetic. So, imagine his surprise when she shook her head. Nope. She placed a foot against the wall as she crossed her arms. Just waiting for my friend to finish in there. I see. So you're here to support them. Well, that's very kind of you. He gave a gentle smile before seeming to rouse himself back to his current task. Anyway, I'd better keep going or I really will be late. He gave a nervous chuckle as he, with a stiff wave, took off panting loudly down the corridor. Momo watched him disappear around the corner, wondering idly if he was a teacher here. If he were, he'd have to be a hero, right? Isn't that what Izuku told her? That all the teachers here were heroes? She wondered what his quirk was. Or how he could even be a hero with as frail a body as that. Finally breaking out of the written exam, the teenager breathed a sigh of relief. One exam down, one to go, he thought, dread curling in his stomach. He knew more or less he'd passed the written exam. He didn't mean to boast, but he knew he was smart enough for that aspect of making it into UA. But now, soon enough, the real challenge would present itself. It had also been hard not to allow the women to cheat for him, as he'd felt their emotions flaring up depending on his answers to questions, forcing him to push them to the back of his mind. "Hey, there you are. How'd you go?" The girl suddenly jumped out from the doorway as the teenager was among the stragglers to exit the hall. He startled before relaxing, rubbing his arm nervously. "Good, or at least I hope I did." He gave a sheepish grin. "Hey, and thanks for earlier, I needed that." "Hey, no problem, it's what we're here for, right?" She pat him on the shoulder, smiling as he blushed. "Alright, anyway, come on, we should follow everyone else." Leading the way, he followed his potential classmates with Momo tagging along beside him. After finding the auditorium, it wasn't long before the hero present Mike entered, and the girl could actually say she liked him, considering the teenager beside her often listened to his radio show. Somehow, to her displeasure, however, they'd ended up stuck right next to Katsuki, and he'd made it obvious his displeasure was just as palpable as hers. "Will you shut up?" He growled at Izuku as he'd fanboyed over seeing the hero walk onto the stage as he began to explain the practical exam to the would-be students. Apparently, they'd be fighting robots. Each bot they managed to take out earned a certain number of points, depending on its difficulty level. Present Mike also pointed out arena traps, massive villain bots scattered across the multiple city replicas to trap and weed out people from getting high scores. They're not meant to be fought, which is why they're worth no points. The mass of teenagers would also be split into groups. Katsuki murmured beside them, eyes narrowed. "I see. They're splitting us up so that we can't work with any of our friends." He accepted the card passed up to him. "Yeah, you're right." The teenager blinked, glancing at the blonde's card, before the blonde turned, growling in his face. "Get your eyes off my card. Then, I was really looking forward to crushing you." The girl beside him, however, could feel her confidence ballooning in her chest. "Izuku." She shook his arm, dragging him away from the Katsuki. "We've got this in the bag, right?" She'd dealt with way worse than robots. This would be a piece of cake. Before he could respond, a boy who had been questioning the pro-hero about the exam turned in his seat, pointing sternly up at the teenager. "You there with the unkempt hair, you've been muttering the entire time. Stop that. If you can't be bothered to treat this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us." Izuku flinched, sinking into his seat as he whispered, "Sorry." Meanwhile, Momo clenched her teeth in frustration. What the hell? Why did everyone seem to have it out for him? Whatever they'd show them. Finally, the pair made it to the fake city that they'd been dropped off at in a bus, along with a fair number of other potential students. The girl couldn't help but gawk at the sight now being here in person. What kind of budget did this school have to make a fully realized replica of a city? As Momo stood beside the teenager, stretching lightly as she listened into his muttering, desperately trying to keep track of his thought process, a hand on her shoulder forced her to turn around to meet a tall boy with blue hair wearing glasses. The same boy who'd called her friend out. "I wouldn't worry about him." He nodded to the teenager. "He'll only distract you." She scoffed, turning away. "Worry about yourself." The boy blinked, caught off guard, before frowning as he turned away. Finally, without warning, Present Mick's voice came ringing out from the gates leading into the fake city, urging them that the test was now on. Izuku blinked, mind short-circuiting at the sudden announcement, as immediately students raced past him, heading into the city's depths. "Come, Izuku, stop wasting time." Suddenly, the girl was by his side, grabbing his hand to pull him along as they took off after their competitors. I won't be able to beat any robots with my bare hands, though," he yelled as they turned sharply at the first intersection, heading down a narrow side street. "It's fine, That's my job, just watch my back." She shouted back just as a tank-sized robot rolled out onto the street on one wheel, with two arms raised on either side in a fighting stance. Immediately, the girl shifted her stance, releasing the teenager's hand and raising her own, as two large, green, translucent arms rose from her back and reached forward, grabbing the robot's separate halves before ripping them apart. "See? We're fine. Now come on." Dropping her arms, the ghost-like hands disappeared, causing Izuku to kick into gear from his momentary awe. He'd never get over how amazing these women were. So slowly but surely, they progressed through the city, and any robots they found or that chased them were soon dealt with by the girl, as the teenager called out to her whenever needed to warn her. From the observation room where almost the entirety of the UA staff sat watching the practical exam on sneaky drones patrolling the city, Toshinori's brows furrowed as he spotted a familiar face flashing by on the wall of screens taking up an entire wall. How did she get into the exam? The other face was familiar to him as well, yet he couldn't put his finger on why. Before he could point out the girl, Namuri beat him to the punch, raising a hand to point out the offending screen as they watched the girl whip around, giant hands coming down on top of a robot that had been sneaking up behind her, thanks to the call of the boy with her. "I thought we split up all the students to avoid scenarios like this." "As far as I was aware, we did," Sekijiro responded gruffly, stroking his chin as the drone followed the pair. "But then again, it's not like we forbade the kids from working together. Or, if either of you had actually bothered to read the information on each student, you'd know that the girl is that boy's quirk," Shota called up from his corner, holding up the tablet they'd all been given to search through each potential student's file. "Wait, what?" Hisashi's voice yelled, causing his friend to shoot him a glare. "That girl is the kid's quirk?" he asked at a much reduced volume. "I was about to say I saw her outside the written exam on the way in, and I thought she missed it, but she said she was waiting for her friend." Toshinori piped up. "Yes, Izuku Midoriya. He's a late bloomer, apparently, with his quirk summon. With that watch on his wrist as his support item, it helps him summon 10 women to help fight for him." Nizu chirped helpfully as he stood on a stool in front of the control panel, with beady black eyes observing everything closely. "An interesting quirk to be sure, but there's very little information on the women themselves. Regardless, it leads me to have high hopes for the boy." The rest of the teachers, upon finding his file, read through it in dumbfounded silence before turning their eyes back to the screens. "Shota, I think I'll let you handle him if he makes it," Sekijiro stated quietly. "Lucky me," the teacher replied quietly, pulling his blanket closer around him, even as his eyes remained focused on the screen. Toshinori's eyes were wide in disbelief. Now he remembered where he'd seen the boy before. He was from that slime villain incident, the kid who'd asked him if he could be a hero even without a quirk. He must have only manifested his quirk recently, and to think he was here now, taking the exam. A stone of guilt dropped into the well of his stomach as he recalled their conversation on the roof. Even though he'd known the boy had great potential to be a hero, he'd still shut him down. He knew it was the right thing to do, he didn't regret that. No, he felt guilty due to how hypocritical it was for him, who had been quirkless as well, probably in the same shoes as a teenager. Yet he'd been doing the right thing, or so he thought. He only now hoped he didn't hold it against him. "This is way easier than I thought it would be," the girl stated breathlessly, hands on her knees, as they paused in the middle of an empty street now filled with the remains of several unlucky robots. "We're for sure passing now," she continued brightly as Present Mix's voice washed through the city, informing them they were almost close to finishing the exam. "Why yeah, you're amazing, Momo," the teenager replied with a tentative smile breaking out across his face as he dared to allow himself to hope that they'd make it. Even if he knew it was more than a guarantee now, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Without warning, a deep booming roar rushed through the city as the duo turned, only for their eyes to widen at the humanoid behemoth of a machine that suddenly emerged from behind a building, its head peering around as it towered over the buildings around it, reducing any close enough to rubble as it stomped after the horde of potential students running towards them to avoid being caught in its fray. I don't think I can handle that, though," Momo admitted, mouth falling open, as this time Izuku grabbed her hand, dragging her along. See, come on, let's go. He urged desperately before pausing as a voice cried out to them from the robot's direction. Help! As the girl took off, he turned, finding a brunette girl trapped under a handful of loose rubble that had fallen from a collapsing building. His heart raced as she caught his eye. The teenager made his choice before he'd even known it, as he spun on his heel, hurtling towards the trapped person. Catching on to the lack of her friend next to her, the girl glanced over her shoulder before skidding to a stop. Turning, she cupped her hands over her mouth. Izuku, what are you doing? Sliding down beside the girl, the teenager noticed that the debris had fallen over her, but leaning on each other enough to have not thoroughly crushed her under the combined weight. Izuku, damn it. He glanced up as Momo ran over, legs pumping, before glancing over his shoulder at the robot still stomping towards them. Even if he could lift the debris, who knew if the girl would be able to crawl out or escape with them? It was too risky, and they didn't have enough time. But as he glanced up at Momo, he knew she wouldn't be able to take on the giant, so still crouched, he brought up his wrist, activating the watch. As he did, the girl finally caught up to him, crouching down beside him. I can lift the debris off her and carry her if I have to, but we've run out of time. I know. He glanced up, smiling nervously at the device, which displayed a hologram spinning. She'll be able to help, he stated. The girl frowned. I wish I could, but ... It's fine. He smiled. You've already helped more than enough, so thank you, Momo. Momo smiled back bashfully, adjusting her hair. Yeah, whatever, come on, then you better hurry up. She urged as the robot's shadow loomed over them. The brunette under the debris watched the exchange in mounting confusion and panic. All right, Momo, return. He stated firmly, pressing down the dial, causing the girl to be enveloped in a purple flash of light. Tatsumaki, come out. Shielding her eyes, Ochako eventually peered through, finding the girl from before gone with an entirely new person standing in her place. She was a petite woman with an adolescent face, emerald green eyes, and matching emerald green hair that naturally curled at the ends. She wore a form-fitting black V-neck dress with a high collar, long trumpet sleeves, and 4 high-cut leg slits with pointed ends that showed off her shapely legs, and matching black low-heeled shoes. If she didn't know any better, she'd assume she was the teenager's older sister. The woman glanced unimpressed up at the robot, now raising its foot to take the next step that would ultimately squish them all. A sudden vibrant green energy formed around her body as she levitated off the ground. Raising a hand, the robot suddenly froze as the same green energy closed around it, just as Izuku had ducked, holding his hands over his head as the giant's foot came down towards them. With a glint in her eyes that contradicted the boredom written across her face, Tatsumaki slowly closed her fist, causing the robot to release a deep rumbling groan as its body began contracting inwards as it was lifted off the ground high above the buildings, its limbs being folded in upon themselves until it had been reduced to a ball of scrap metal. Seemingly satisfied with her work, the woman lowered her hand, allowing the ball to drop behind them with a dull, booming thud, shaking the ground slightly as it rolled into a building, causing it to shudder before settling. Raising his head, the teenager smiled, eyes wide in amazement. That was a close call, thanks so much, Tatsumaki. He exclaimed. Don't thank me, you idiot. With the threat over, it was like a switch had been flipped as the woman rounded on him, frowning, hands on her hips, as she floated over to lean into his face. If you'd just picked me to begin with, we wouldn't have even been close to being in that mess. But I told you guys why ... The teenager began to protest. I know why. She exclaimed indignantly. Still, as soon as we came to the actual exam, you could have swapped to me, but no, you had to waste everyone's time with Momo instead. But Momo helped ... Until she didn't. Tatsumaki interrupted. Honestly, she's so weak compared to me. If you'd started with me, we would have done way better. Scolding over, she turned, arms crossed, as she floated over to study the ball. Izuku was caught out from dwelling on her rant by the subtle cough next to him. Alright, sorry. He turned swiftly, already grabbing at the concrete before. With a heave, he lifted it slowly enough for the girl to crawl out, then dropped it with a grunt, letting it collapse the pile. Sorry about that. He rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed as the brunette rolled over with a huff. It's okay, really, I should be thanking you guys for saving me. Otherwise, I would have been toast. The girl rubbed her head before wincing in pain as she glanced down at her dislocated ankle. Noticing the injury, the teenager grimaced before a voice piped up. Now, out of the way, Sonny, this girl needs to be healed. Turning, he found an elderly woman walking over to them with a walking stick in the shape of a syringe. Recovery girl? The pro hero? What are you doing here? He exclaimed in surprise. I work here. She responded dismissively as she bent over her cane, assessing the brunette. You're lucky it's nothing I can't fix. Her lips suddenly stretched out to kiss the girl's leg. As her puckered lips pulled back, the brunette's ankle realigned itself, leaving her to stretch out her leg, rolling her ankle carefully. Thank you. She bowed her head gratefully as she slowly pulled herself to her feet with a pale face but bright smile. You're welcome, dear. The woman nodded and continued to look for any more teenagers who needed her assistance. A sudden hand on his shoulder ceased Izuku's admiration of the elder's quirk as he was turned to face the same stern boy from earlier. You and your friends saved her. That was truly a noble act. I apologize for treating you so harshly. I'm Tenya Ida. He introduced. Izuku Midoriya. The teenager replied nervously as they shook hands. I hope to see you at UA. He expressed firmly. And me too. The boy adjusted his glasses as he nodded before striding off. Another tap on his shoulder caused Izuku to spin around, blushing as the same brunette gave him a bright smile. Hi, I realized I never introduced myself earlier. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya. He muttered, bowing his head. Thanks for saving me, Izuku, and your friend too. She added as Tatsumaki finally came hovering back over. The woman crossed her arms. Yeah, well, don't expect us to be there next time, okay? Ochako laughed nervously. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. If I hadn't been so careless, I never would have gotten trapped in the first place. She apologized. The woman rolled her eyes. At least you can admit it. What? You couldn't have known about the robot. You were just unlucky. The teenager valiantly tried to defend her. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. The brunette smiled. But still, your friend's right, I need to be better for next time. She clenched a fist in determination. As the potential students were finally given the all-clear to leave the examination area, Ochako turned to Izuku. Well, Izuku, I hope we can see each other in UA. She expressed brightly. Why, same. He nodded. The brunette turned to Tatsumaki, who stood head-turned, steadily glaring into space. I hope I see you there too. Finally, she turned her head, smiling arrogantly. Don't worry, you will. Giggling, Ochako finally turned, following the rest of the stragglers out of the city as the teenagers stared after her, a faint blush painting his cheeks. Without warning, his body was enveloped in bright green energy as Tatsumaki lifted him off the ground, floating along beside her. Come on, Izuku, it's time to head home. She stated, tiredly silencing the boys' protests as she flew them above the skyline of the fake city. Izuku couldn't believe it. He was here, he was really here. It was quite literally a dream come true to have stepped back onto the UA grounds as a Hero Corps student. You're rather excited about this, aren't you? The bemused voice dragged him away from his thoughts as they walked up the hallway that would lead them to his classroom, where he'd meet his fellow students and teacher. He wondered excitedly what pro hero they'd get. His heart rate sped up at the idea that it might be All Might. Then again, considering he'd nearly fainted at the letter from UA with a holographic message of the symbol of peace confirming the passing of his exams with flying colors, he wasn't sure he was ready to handle that just yet. I must admit I'm surprisingly excited as well, though that may have more to do with us sharing emotions than anything else. The woman continued as he glanced at her, unable to wipe the smile off his face. Yeah, probably sorry about that. He returned sheepishly. Don't be, it's nice to be able to achieve your dreams. She responded kindly. Finally finding the right door to their Class 1A, he hoped he wasn't late, as they'd barely seen anyone on the way over. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before turning to his companion, who shot him a comforting smile. Smiling back, he turned, opening the door almost in anticipation, only for his stomach to fall through the floor as he spotted two somewhat familiar figures. "Oh dear," the woman beside him murmured. Katsuki sat with his feet propped on his desk while Tenya, who was making exaggerated chopping gestures with his hand, argued in front of him. Great, he thought sarcastically. Though Tenya had shown he wasn't so bad, he thought optimistically. In fact, he could warm up to him. At the door, all eyes suddenly fell onto him. Hi. He waved meekly. Tenya steamed across the room to greet him. "Good morning, Izuku. It's good to see you made it." "Why you too?" "Hey, I recognize that messed up hair." A cheery voice broke the pair from their conversation in the doorway. "Izuku." Ochako walked over, smiling brightly. "What do you think we're doing today besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody." Before the girl could ask who the woman beside him was, a voice rose from the floor behind the front desk, along with a long yellow form. "If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now." A zipping sound was heard as it turned around, opening up to reveal a shaggy-haired man with deep bags under his bloodshot eyes. "Welcome to UA's Hero Course." He glanced at the students already sitting at desks. "Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. Right, let's get to it. Go down to the change rooms and get your uniforms on, then head outside." The now revealed teacher ordered tiredly in a monotone voice. The class blinks. "Move now. Time is precious. We'll be doing a quirk assessment test." He continued before walking out of the classroom. "But the orientation, we're gonna miss it." Ochako worriedly exclaimed. "If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies." Shota replies over his shoulder as the students file out of the classroom, following him down the hallway. As the class filed out to follow their teacher, his companion glanced longingly at the vacant sleeping bag. "Do you think he would mind if I used that while he wasn't using it?" she asked innocently. The teenager sighed, grabbing her hand to drag her out of the room. "Don't even think about it." He tuned out her feeble protests as he followed his fellow students. Eventually, the students arrived outside on the school's sporting field in gym uniforms. They all stood in a semicircle around their teacher beside a running track. "You've all been taking standardized tests your whole lives. But you've never used your quirks during physical exams before. That will now change. You all have 3 years to become a hero. Today, you'll all compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately." The class openly gaped in disbelief. "I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now." "You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here." "That isn't fair." Chaco objected. "The world is full of unfairness," Shota stated firmly. "It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you'll have to push yourself to the brink. Show me it's no mistake you're here. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin." The teenager's companion tilted her head, holding a hand to her chin in thought. "He's not wrong, though I suppose a threat such as expulsion already is unnecessary unless he's bluffing, which I assume he is." She concluded. I sure hope he is," Izuku replied, face pale. "Not to worry, we'll be just fine," she assured with a smile. "Sir, I hate to interrupt before we begin, but I couldn't find the right time to ask, so I suppose now is as good as any." A tall girl with dark hair stepped forward, raising a hand. She turned, pointing at his companion. "If I recall correctly, each hero course class is only allowed a maximum of 20 students that are either recommended or otherwise, so who's that? Are they a teacher?" The class as a whole turned to stare at the pair, leaving the teenagers sweating bullets. "Yeah, I was gonna say Izuku, where's Tatsumaki? I thought for sure she would have been here." "About that He trailed off nervously, the sudden pressure of being the center of attention throwing him off. Sighing, the teacher rubbed his eyes. "No, they're not a teacher, but you're bringing up a good point, Momo. We might as well get this over and done with. I'm sure you'll all notice sooner or later that there'll be different women with Izuku over time, which has to do with his quirk, so you should grow used to them with enough time. As such, you'll treat them as you would any other person in this class, understood? If anything, that seemed to double the class's intensity of interest in the boy as he almost cowered under the pressure, especially when Katsuki suddenly stepped out of the crowd, eyes gleaming. What quirk, Deku? Who is this elf wannabe? Frieren stepped forward, expression impassive. My name is Frieren. I'm Izuku's quirk. The woman was a petite elf with green eyes, thick eyebrows and long, silver hair parted in the middle and tied into two high pigtails. She had large, pointed ears. She wore a striped black and white shirt, a white jacket tucked into a skirt, and a black belt. The sleeves of her coat ended with large, gold cuffs. Both her jacket and skirt had gold trims along the edges. Over her jacket, she wore a short cape that matched the white and gold theme of her coat and skirt, with decorative gold accents, red jewels on each shoulder, and a high collar fastened with a red jewel. She also wore black tights, brown boots, and a pair of gold earrings with red teardrop-shaped jewels hanging from each. The blonde scoffed. The hell you are? His palms ignited lightly as he stared down his target. Is she gonna keep lying to me for you, Deku, or are you going to own up to not belonging here? Before the situation could escalate further, a sudden white scarf wrapped around the boy as the explosions in his palms suddenly cut out. What the hell happened to my quirk? The boy exclaimed, outraged. Katsuki, if you want to save me the trouble, I'll expel you here and now, and everyone else can complete this quirk assessment without worry. Is that what you want? The teacher asked flatly, his hair rising off his head as his eyes glowed red. The blonde grit his teeth as he lowered his hands. No. Good. The man returned his bindings around his neck as his hair fell, while his eyes dimmed. Wait. The realization dawned on the teenager. That's who you are, your Eraserhead, the underground hero. He exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Your quirk eraser lets you erase anyone's quirk just by looking at them. Shota shot his student a raised brow. You sure know your stuff. He replied gruffly. How did he not realize sooner? He mentally scolded himself as the teacher continued. Now, for the first test, come on, Katsuki, since you're so eager to prove yourself, we'll start with you. The group followed the man out onto the oval, where they stopped inside a shot-put circle. Without wasting time, he chucked a baseball at the scowling blonde, who caught it smoothly as he stepped up to the circle. Just throw it as far as you can with your quirk. Grinning evilly, Katsuki ped his arm back before throwing the ball forward, propelled by the explosives in his palm as he screamed. Die! Izuku shuddered, somehow feeling like that was indirectly aimed at him. Shooting him a concerned glance, the elf shook her head to find the man holding up a small clock-like device, reading the exact distance the ball had traveled. To say it had been far was an understatement as the class sat in stunned silence. All right, next up, the faster we get this over with, the better. Shota encouraged tiredly, causing the woman to step forward. We'll be next. The teenager gulped nervously as he followed, keeping his head ducked low, especially as his bully walked past him, hands deep in his pockets as if to stop himself from grabbing the boy. Taking the ball tossed to him, Izuku planted himself side on to Frieren as, with a wave of her hand, a red staff with a gold crescent-shaped tip, holding a red jeweled orb in its center, appeared. Her staff had gold accents and a red ribbon tied at the tip, which appeared in her hand. Hey, where the heck did she pull that from? A boy with large lips and spiky hair murmured. No idea. A blond boy with a long tail shook his head. Without so much as blinking, the elf tilted her staff, holding it in both hands as an intricate pattern of light formed around the tip of her staff. With a slight smile, the teenager gently tossed the ball into the air. Zoltrak. The woman stated calmly, as suddenly a surge of light energy shot out of the pattern, sending the ball rocketing off into the distance. Izuku's grin widened as even Frieren allowed herself a small smile, the satisfaction flowing between the pair, especially when the teacher turned the clock on them, displaying how they'd beaten out the blonde's already impressive record with lengths to spare. What the hell? Katsuki thought, teeth grinding as he worked to wrap his head around what he was witnessing. Was he being beaten by him? A quirkless loser? Or supposedly not anymore? His eyes narrowed as he sized up the elf as they walked back to join the class, her staff fading away as she released it. There was no way this didn't add up, he thought, frustration rising. Knowing now they couldn't possibly fail the tests with Friaren's score at the ball throw allowed the teenager the security to at least take it slightly easier as he allowed his companion to take a well-earned break while he grinded out the rest of the physical tests, resulting in a fairly mixed amount of scores, all varying in the middle of the class. As the tests wound down to a close, the elf reached up, patting Izuku on the head. "Well done, Izuku, you've come far already with your training." A soft blush painted his cheeks as he returned her smile. "Thanks, Friaren, but I only had a chance at any of this because of you and the others." "Perhaps, but that doesn't mean you haven't tried as hard as anyone else to be here, so don't overlook that." She lowered her hand as he glanced away, and used to such direct praise after so long receiving almost negative amounts. He supposed that was another upside of finding that watch. It had allowed him to always have people in his corner, supporting him more or less. Finally, without waiting, the teacher flashed up a holographic projection from the clock-like device showing a ranking of the class's scores. As expected, the teenager hadn't made it to the very top, but he had also made the cut not to be expelled, which, for now, was fine by him. He knew he could have used his companions to ensure a higher placing if he'd wished, but he had wanted to get a more accurate reading of how far he himself had come. If anything, it just fueled him more to become better. A boy with purple ball on his head deflated in defeat, leaving him with a pang of sympathy, however, even as the woman gave a small smile. "As I thought, no expulsion for us." Only for the man to smile in response. "You all did well today." He began, letting the class digest the information. "But now we'll be training you on how to be better. Also, no one's getting expelled. That was a logical deception to get you all to perform your best." He explained casually. "I had a sneaking suspicion that it was the case," Frieren admitted as the teenager's eyes widened in shock, as did his classmates, with the small boy sighing in relief. Smiling with half-lidded eyes, Shota waved a hand. "You're all dismissed. I trust you all to find the cafeteria and your other classes. You wouldn't want to be late after all." As the class turned as a whole, the teacher raised a hand and called out, "Izuku, you can wait here, though." Was he being pulled aside already? For what? Placing a hand on his shoulder to calm him, the elf steered them over to the man who stood with his hands in his pockets as he observed the duo. "Now you probably don't need me to tell you that you have an extremely unique quirk, so unique in fact you've given our staff quite the headache trying to work around you." He began in a deep voice, betraying no emotion other than boredom as he watched their reactions closely. "So, as such, UA has made specific changes not just for your benefit but for the benefit of your quirk itself, though admittedly it was difficult since in your public files only your quirk summon is explained, not the women you summon or what they're like, only that you have 10 of them and that you need your support device that watch." He gestured at the device. "To help with your quirk, as such, I've been informed to try to make everything work out for both of you, no matter who you have out at any given time. Is that clear?" His companion raised a hand as the teenager nodded unsurely. "Oh, of course, thank you, sir." Shota grunted, nodding at Frieren. "May I have a sleeping bag like yours?" He blinked in surprise before his face stretched in a lazy smile. "We'll see. Either way, I think we'll get along just fine now. Hurry up, your class will already be wondering where you are." He waved them off, studying them closely as they turned, heading off. Hopefully, with the boy's companions, he'd be fine, but unfortunately, the teacher had the gut feeling that he'd prove to be a problem child, whether due to his quirk or otherwise, perhaps both. "There's always one," he muttered. Entering the cafeteria late, the duo managed to avoid the earlier rush, collecting their chosen meals easily, of course, along with the teenagers' muttered awe over the pro-hero lunch rush running the counter. Being the newest students in the school, it was easy to find their classmates seated in a sort of congregated group around a handful of nearby tables, as they'd yet to know each other and had not yet formed their own cliques. Sliding into the offered seat next to Ochako, with Frieren by his side, he sat with a sigh. "Hey, Izuku, so what did Mr. Aizawa want with you?" He just wanted to make sure we'd both be comfortable here. He stammered before diving into his meal. So Friaren was it? Tenya peered over at the elf from over the brunette's head. Is it true you are indeed Izuku's quirk? The woman glanced up from cutting up the mass of steak on her plate, the collective class weighing in subtly to listen in, with many thinking quietly that surely that steak was too big for her to eat alone. Yes, that's right. She nodded before digging into her steak with gusto, making small noises of enjoyment. Somehow, this steak was just as good, if not better, than her latest visit to the very same restaurant she'd ordered steak from with Stark and Fern. I see. The boy pushed up his glasses. So, come on, Izuku, you've got to tell us how that even works. How do you have an entirely separate person from you as a quirk? A pink-skinned girl leaned across the table, grinning widely. I myself have a somewhat similar quirk. A boy with a bird head spoke up as a bird-like shadow with glowing yellow eyes manifested over his head, igniting a familiar stab of curiosity from deep within the teenager's brain. Dark Shadow is a separate sentient entity, although we can't be separated. He conceded. I guess I can explain. Izuku stammered shyly, all while he could feel a direct, furious gaze boring into the side of his head. So, you're telling us you have 10 separate people all inside that watch of yours? A floating pair of clothes asked, in disbelief, an invisible person if the teenager had to guess. And they're all women? Mineta yelled, outraged. What? He asked as everyone turned to stare flatly at him. It's not fair. He cried defensively. Since when the hell? Katsuki thought to himself, silently shaking in rage as he listened in on the class talking to the nerd. Damn it. So when will we get to meet them all, Ribbit? A frog-like girl asked curiously. In time. The elf spoke up. But it's my turn today. She gave an impish, triumphant smile. You guys take turns? A red-headed boy asked curiously. Yes, it's only fair after all. The woman nodded. Walking out of UA left the teenager feeling on top of the world. He couldn't believe it, his first day had more or less been a complete success. He was so lucky how things had turned around for him after that fateful day. Because here he was chasing his dream just like he'd always wanted. Before he could float away on a cloud of happiness, a familiar blonde stepped into his path as he crossed the gate out onto the streets. Deku. Kaken. The teenager replied dumbly, with a sinking feeling in his stomach. Katsuki. Friaren stood beside him, an emotionless cliff face against the blonde. I know for a fact you're a quirkless loser, Deku, so don't even try to lie to me with that crap. I don't care what girls you have hanging out with you and tricking everyone else, because sooner or later they won't be around to save your butt and everyone will realize how much deadweight you actually are, but until then you'd better stay out of my way. He pushed a finger into Izuku's chest, forcibly pushing him back a step, before spinning on his heel and stalking away. You're wrong, Katsuki. Both boys paused, eyes meeting the woman, who stood resolutely, staring across at the explosive teenager. We will always be here for Izuku to help him. Katsuki scoffed, harshly shaking his head. Whatever, stick with him, see what happens, you'll come to regret it. He threatened as he finally stalked off. The teenager finally released the pent-up breath he'd been holding, slouching over as the elf turned to him. Are you okay? Why yeah, thanks, Friaren. He nodded, giving a shaky smile. Don't be, I meant what I said, we're stuck together now after all. She added a hint of playfulness in her words. Hey, wait up, are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. The duo turned to face Ochako as she caught up to them, Tenya by her side. Hey, Deku Friaren, she greeted. Deku? Izuku recoiled in shock as if slapped. Yeah, isn't that what Katsuki called you? The girl tilted her head as the woman beside him sighed. Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. He explained in embarrassment. That's unsportsmanlike, Tenya spoke, hand against his chin. Ochako rubbed her head awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't realize. But you know what? I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. She stated, pumping a fist. Plus, I think it sounds kind of cute. She added, smiling. Izuku's face copied a tomato's coloring as he screeched. Deku it is. Just like that. Tenya questioned, genuinely concerned. Weren't you saying it was an insult? I agree. Friaren continued, brows furrowed. It would be nice to be called it in a nice light. The teenager admitted. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Ochako cheered. Izuku smiled shyly while Tenya sighed. As you wish. Though I think I shall stick to calling you Izuku. That's fine too. Thanks, Tenya. Not a problem. He replied smartly as the group fell into step beside each other. Silently, the teenager turned to his companion, feeling her curious concern pulsing through his mind in waves. He sent her a calming reassurance back. He'd admit it would take getting used to, but when a person like Ochako said that nickname, he suddenly didn't feel so bad about it. Friaren glanced skyward, pondering. It was a strange new world she'd found herself in. She'd be lying if she said she still understood almost anything tech-related as to her, that seemed to be a magic all of its own, but she was learning slowly but surely. It had been a week since the teenager had made it into UA, and so far, so good, he thought. He liked to think he'd been fitting in relatively well, making friends with his classmates and getting to fanboy freely over his new teachers. He hadn't even been bullied yet because even though he was essentially quirkless by himself, just having the watch allowed him to fit in. In turn, his classmates had been learning about his companions, and although their pasts couldn't really be divulged, they seemed to be getting along with everyone. It was a miracle. As Izuku sat at his double desk with his companion, talking with his classmates, the teacher strode in as the bell rang across the school, looking as tired as ever. Okay, class, today you've got hero training with Dash Dot. Almost on time, All Might suddenly barged into the classroom. I am here, he declared proudly. Time seemed to stop for the teenager as his eyes grew to plate-sized. Even if he'd been let down by the man beforehand, he still couldn't help but look up to him. He was still the symbol of peace after all, and a heavy influence on his wish to be a hero as a child. Shota sighed, shrugged, then walked out of the classroom as All Might took control of the class. Today, we will be doing a battle trial for your Foundational Hero Studies class. The class cheered, more than happy to finally have a practical lesson. The teacher pressed a button beside the whiteboard, causing multiple compact drawers to open. Now UA's received your SBMSNS for your hero costumes, and they have been made for you, tailored to the details you submitted. The class gave another cheer. So put them on and meet me down at Ground Beta. Rocking up to Ground Beta, the class took a minute to check out each other's costumes. Izuku wore a green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, gloves, and his signature red sneakers. He also wore a mask with long ear-like protrusions resembling All Might's haircut, and a respirator with a makeshift smile that mirrored that of said hero. The teacher couldn't help but give a wan smile at the costume. Did that mean the kid didn't hold it against him? Picking at his costume, Izuku knew it would be unlikely to survive long. It was a simple costume his mother had stitched for him after he'd made it into UA. After seeing a sketch in one of his notebooks about how he'd wanted his outfit to look, his mother had made it for him when he'd done the entrance exam. But he wore it with pride, knowing his mother was proud of him for what he'd already achieved. Cool costume, Deku. A voice broke the teen from his thoughts. Glancing over, he immediately began blushing up a storm as Ochako stood in front of him, plucking at the black skin-tight costume she wore with a pinkish-white stripe running down the middle. Yeah, I know mine's nice too, but it's a little tight. The girl complained, oblivious to the boy's near heart attack, seeing her. But what about you, Mikima? Where's your costume? Making uniforms for each of the teenager's companions had been deemed unnecessary and a waste of time by UA, as long as the women themselves were okay with that which they were. Even though they'd recently discovered that whatever the women were holding on to, as long as it wasn't organic, could be taken into the watch and brought back out unchanged, meaning they could change clothes if they wished. Yet the women had also declined costumes for much the same reason as they declined the idea of student uniforms. His companion today turned to the girl. She had long, light red hair, kept in a loose braid with bangs reaching just past her eyebrows and two longer side bangs that framed her face. Her eyes were yellow with multiple red rings. Her current clothing consisted of a white long-sleeved shirt, a black tie, black pants and brown shoes. I'm better off without one. She explained pleasantly, nodding at the teenager. Izuku is the real hero after all. I wouldn't say that. The teenager protested as the flush returned to his cheeks. You guys all look great. Like real heroes. This brings me back. Smiling, All Might began explaining the rules of this exercise. Pairs of students would be placed indoors because the hero stated that, statistically speaking, most encounters with villains occur indoors. Thus, this lesson would give them the experience to handle a situation like that. The trial was to replicate a situation where the villains hide a payload inside the building, and the heroes must secure it or defeat the villains within a time limit. The villains are declared the victors if they successfully protect the cargo or capture the heroes. They'd all been given capture tape to achieve this. Now teams and whether they're a villain or a hero will be drawn by lots. All Might stated, pulling out a small box with all their names inside. Tenya raised his hand. Sir, would it not be better if we chose our partners based on who works best with their quirk? Izuku answered for the teacher, explaining quickly. It's like in real life, Tenya, like how some heroes will have to work together on the spot during emergencies because of chance. The boy with glasses nodded. Sorry, please continue. Upon drawing the teams, the teenager's heart sank, while his companion tilted her head, a smile creeping across her lips. It would be Izuku and Ochako versus Katsuki and Tenya, with the former being the villains and the latter being the heroes. Katsuki, for his part, seemed thrilled at the opportunity to finally have a chance to beat the nerd back down the rungs. Hey, do you really think Deku has a quirk? The taller boy faced him as they stood outside the building. Why do you ask? You've seen his companions. Why does it seem you become outraged when it comes to Izuku? The blonde remained silent. So Izuku had been tricking him for all these years? He thought. He was gonna fry that nerd. Sitting on the top floor of the building with the women, the teenager paced back and forth in front of the bomb, muttering under his breath as he strategized a plan. He could make this work. He knew he could. If anything, they had the advantage in many ways, with superior numbers and the fact that the duo would have to come to them. But Katsuki was terrific, and knowing that it was more than likely he'd be coming after him specifically worried the boy to no end. What are you saying, Deku? The brunette asked curiously, leaning down into his field of view. He jumped back, lifting his head. Sorry. I was muttering again, wasn't I? She grinned sheepishly. Maybe. He sighed. Sorry, it's a bad habit. No, it's okay. Ochako was quick to rescue him, waving her arms. I don't mind. I just wanted to know what you were saying. He repeated his line of thinking to her. We're going against Katsuki, whose quirk is great indoors but can be unstable. Tenya will have a trickier time due to the building's layout, but we can't rule out the potential for his quirk to cause trouble. We should be on our guard either way, but I have a plan. After explaining the plan, he glanced between the girls, unsurely. Will this be okay? Makima nodded as the brunette gave a bright smile along with a thumbs up. Of course, don't worry, we've got this. He smiled back as he allowed himself to believe in her words briefly. You can't possibly be suggesting we split up. The armored boy was exclaiming in annoyance. I'm going to destroy Deku whether you like it or not. That means you have to find the bomb and beat Ochako. Katsuki fired back heatedly. Why head up together where we can have a greater chance at beating them? Tenya argued valiantly. No, the blonde denied violently. I'm destroying Deku, and you're grabbing the bomb? Got it, for eyes? For eyes. The blue-haired boy sputtered. Crossing his arms, he turned away. Fine. If that's how you're going to act, I have no choice but to follow along. That's what I thought. The explosive teenager replied smugly, his victory complete, as they finally headed into the building with the teacher's allowance, the lesson beginning. The boy with glasses sighed. Out of everyone to be paired with, he murmured. Practically as soon as the duo stepped into the maze-like building, they ran into Izuku standing on a corner, face set in determination. Face lighting up in glee, Katsuki stepped forward, throwing a hand back at Tenya. Come on, find the bomb. The boy with glasses nodded dutifully, his face marred with annoyance, as he turned and headed in the opposite direction. Deku! A series of small explosions exploded loudly in his palms. Where's your quirk? Ball's a move if you think you can take me on your own. I'm going to toast you, you nerd. Then I'm going to hurt you so bad they'll have to stop the fight. He yelled as he launched himself down the corridor at the teenager. It was an unavoidable fact that after so many beatings by the blonde, Izuku could rather easily predict his exact movements and how he'd execute them, which is why, as he waited, he released a long shuddering breath before stepping up to meet the boy. Grabbing his reaching arm, he planted his feet, pulling hard as he twisted, throwing Katsuki over his shoulder into the concrete floor, helped by the blonde's momentum. Choking out a wheeze, the boy's eyes widened, stunned, before the blood roaring through his ears caused him to leap back up, facing the teenager, growling ferociously to find he'd already made more distance between them. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. Do you hear me? I've changed. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero. Izuku yelled fiercely into his bully's face. He'd needed to get this off his chest to prove that he could handle the blonde, at least for now. Katsuki snorted. You won't be saying that when I grind your face into the dirt. Makima now. The teenager called, causing him to whirl his palms up, explosions crackling in them, as the woman stepped out from around the corner, arm held out, pointing a finger at the boy. You should know not to make threats that can't be backed up. I hate dogs that are all bark and no bite. She stated, a slight smile curling up her lips despite her disappointed words. He scoffed. Is this some kind of joke or dash dot? Bang! The woman stated in a quiet voice, edged with finality. A force so sudden shot the blonde off his feet, sending him flying over the head of the ducking teenager, only to slam into the far wall, creating a sizable crater. What the hell? Katsuki coughed, blood dribbling down his chin. Glancing up, he found her directly in front of him, already, her eyes seemingly gleaming. Now be a good dog and play dead. Her smile deepened as she raised her finger again. Go to hell. He mumbled, wrenching his arm out, only to be shot through the wall out into the street by the same invisible force. Makima glanced back at the teenager standing behind her, dumbfounded, mouth hanging open. Good boy, Izuku. You did well. Thanks. He stuttered as she leaned in close to him, eyes intent. He remained frozen in place before she broke away. Glancing over her shoulder, she turned back to him. Hurry, you make sure your friend is okay with the bomb. I'll make sure Katsuki stays here. Her tone was soft but left no room for argument as the teenager nodded hastily. Right, Ochako, he needed to help her out. Turning, he dashed up the hall, leaving the woman to turn back, walking over carefully, stepping through the hole in the wall, before striding calmly over to the struggling boy, who lay amid concrete chunks scattered around him. Spotting her, he lifted a shaky hand, finger gripping the pin around the grenade gauntlets strapped to his wrist. Stay back. He growled even as blood slid down his face. Makima paused, staring down at him with those creepy eyes as his finger tightened around the pin. This gauntlet isn't just for show, you know. It's been storing my sweat this whole time, and if you didn't know She cut in. Yes, your sweat is nitroglycerin, that's your quirk. I'll admit it's useful. He stifled his surprise, knowing the nerd had probably told her that. That's right, I was saving it especially just for Deku, but you'll have to do instead, so stay back. He warned, gritting his teeth as he shifted, sitting up slowly, dust billowing off his form. The woman remained motionless, unblinking. You know, you remind me of someone, but I must admit she was far more impressive than you've managed to be thus far. The blonde grit his teeth. Shut up. My, such a temper, you know I'll have to keep an especially short leash on you. She leaned closer, causing him to tense lightly. You'll be a fun dog to train, I can already tell. What the hell are you ? She raised a finger to her lips. My dogs don't speak unless spoken to. Go to hell. He yelled, pulling the trigger. Without time to brace himself, he was thrown back, skidding across the pavement, closing his eyes as he passed out. As the smoke left curling through the air finally faded, it revealed a set of glowing, piercing eyes staring through him. Bad dog indeed. She murmured, dusting off her shirt sleeve where her arm was scorched slightly as though it hadn't been point blank. It had been close enough that even she'd struggled to dodge it. As the teenager broke out onto the final floor, he found Ochako gripping the bomb tightly to her body as they both floated along the ceiling while Tenya stared up at them, contemplating exactly how he'd reach them. He smiled just as they'd planned then. Sneaking up on the boy with his back turned, he made to tackle him and take his legs out from under him, only to stumble back, hissing as an intense fiery pain shot up his arm. Now alerted, the boy with glasses turned, finding Izuku keeled over, clutching his arm tightly to his chest. Damn it, he hoped his companion was okay. Without wasting time, the armored teen launched himself at his friend. Diving to the side, the teenager was still too slow as his legs were caught by Tenya, sending him spinning across the floor. Pushing himself up, he didn't have time to react as Tenya charged again, pinning him down to the floor to cuff him. Damn it, as he sank to the floor in defeat, the timer rang out, flooding him with relief knowing that they'd secured the victory. We did it! The brunette cheered, pushing herself along the ceiling to the boys as the boy with glasses removed his helmet, only after freeing Izuku from his cuffs. Well played, he stated as the teenager shook his wrists. Thanks you too. You took me out before I could even come up with a strategy. Izuku rubbed at his wrists as Mikima finally came up to their floor, face calm. Mikima! The boy cried upon seeing her rushing over as he inspected her arm. So that's what that was. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. She held her arm out for him to inspect carefully. I'm glad. He glanced up, smiling, causing her to allow a more genuine smile to slip. As am I. I take it we won. She tilted her head. We sure did. He beamed. Hey guys. The trio glanced up, finding Ochako still pressed into the ceiling, her face growing pale. I might need help getting down. With a blink, she summoned a chain in her palm before tossing it up to the brunette to catch. After grabbing the chain, she was pulled down until her feet hit the floor, allowing her to rest safely on the floor. Not a moment later, the bomb dropped a hollow clanging, causing the teenagers to wince. Sorry. The girl muttered bashfully. Nearby from the testing site, the class stood in a huddle with all might as they'd watched the fight unfold from hidden cameras in the building. As the group began filing out of the building, the teacher made the call to have the medical bots pick up Katsuki to take him to Recovery Girl. He tuned back into the conversation in time to hear the class discuss the lesson's outcome for that group. No wonder the villains won. It's hard to win when they had the numbers advantage, Siro commented. Yeah, and Izuku's so lucky he barely had to do anything. He just let Mikima handle everything basically, Mineta whined. Their whole strategy to keep the bomb out of reach wasn't very manly either, Ijire commented, a grimace on his face. Now that's not quite true, is it? The hero turned to face his students, frowning lightly. Say what you want about how they won, yet the villains still won. This just goes to show that being a hero isn't always going to be easy, and it certainly won't be favorable to you, but that's what heroes are there for, to solve seemingly impossible problems. And while it's true Izuku has a powerful quirk, it wasn't without its drawbacks. Can anyone tell me what those are? He pointed at Momo, who immediately raised her hand. Yes, Momo? Izuku gave away the element of surprise against Tenya for seemingly no reason until I realized he seemed to be in pain. Specifically, he was clutching at his arm on the same side Mikima's arm had been caught in the blast by, leading me to believe they have a link that shares their emotions or feelings or perhaps even both. She explained primly. I was wondering why that happened, Ribbit. So you stuck a thumb to her chin in thought. Do you think it goes both ways? I have no reason to believe otherwise, meaning if you take out one, it would make it much easier to take out the other. And considering Izuku seems to be a far easier target when alone, it would make sense to target him to kill two birds with one stone. Momo continued. Thank you, Momo. Like the rest of the class, he was surprised by such an in-depth analysis, but he recovered quickly enough to give her a beaming smile along with a thumbs up. I couldn't have said it better myself. All Might agreed. Later in the cafeteria, after the lesson had ended, as Ochako sat beside Tenya, she asked around a mouthful of sandwich. Hey, do you know where Deku or Mikima went? The boy set down his chopsticks, pondering the question. Swallowing his mouthful, he replied, I don't know. The last time I saw him was after we left our class with All Might. Ochako swallowed her mouthful. I hope he's okay. She stated worriedly. Thank you for coming to eat with me, Izuku. All Might bowed his head as he sat across from the boy in a private staff room. The teenager across from him sat rigidly in a daze, while the woman beside him remained straight-backed, calm and collected, her hands folded carefully in her lap. Thank you, All Might. He stuttered. Sighing, the man bowed his head, deciding to tackle the issue plaguing him head-on instead of beating around the bush, as he was already pushing his time limit today, and he was pretty sure Mikima hadn't blinked yet, which was creeping him out more than he'd wished to admit. We're not in trouble, are we? Izuku asked tentatively. I know Mikima sent Kaken to recovery girls, but No, it's not that. That happens here more often than you think. That's why recovering IRL works here after all. He dismissed with a wave of his hand even as he took note of the fact that the woman's sleeve on her shirt had been replaced. What I'm really here for is to apologize. For what? The teenager blinked in confusion as the woman's eyes narrowed marginally. I almost didn't recognize you at first, kid. He admitted with a chuckle. But you're the kid from the slime villain incident, right? Who I saved after you tried to save your classmate. Immediately, Izuku shrank in on himself, eyes wide. That's me, yeah. He mumbled. The teacher resisted the frown, working to cross his features. I thought so, hence why I'm here to apologize to you for our conversation afterwards. He fell silent for a moment, mulling over his words as the teenager waited with bated breath. I'll be honest, Izuku, when I saw you run in to help your friend with your body moving before your mind could come up with a plan, I thought you were the bravest kid I'd met. The teenager's mouth fell open in shock. And me? The man smiled lightly. Yes, in fact, you reminded me of myself when I was younger, as I often did the same, but when you were caught and your question afterwards made me realize you were quirkless. Izuku flinched at the word, and All Might couldn't hide his frown this time. I realized what I said wasn't what you needed to hear. All Might, he breathed. Why He couldn't meet his idol's gaze. Why you don't have to apologize for that, it was a stupid question to ask, I put you on the spot and really I should have seen the answer coming. The duo fell into an awkward silence, which Mikima broke carefully. Well, Izuku now has us to look after him. She shot the boy a hard-to-decipher glance as she placed a hand protectively over his knee. And between us, All Might, Izuku still idolizes you as much as he did in his childhood, so I believe it's water under the bridge, isn't it, Izuku? She glanced at him, eyes warm, or so they seemed. All right, I'm just really honored you'd feel the need to apologize to begin with, All Might, and the fact that you're teaching us too. The teenager agreed eagerly. The teacher laughed heartily at that. It's my pleasure, Izuku, to make sure my students are well looked after in my classes. Now, I should allow you two to leave to grab lunch before the PRD is over. Oh, of course. He stood, followed by Mikima at his side as they walked out of the room, with Izuku turning and closing the door with a shy smile. Thanks again, All Might. Think nothing of it, Izuku. The man gave his signature smile as the door closed gently. With a sigh, the man disappeared in a puff of smoke, being replaced by a sickly version of himself. After closing the door, the teenager turned to find the pair being studied by the roomful of teachers at their desks, who paused in their conversations or worked to stare at them curiously. What are you doing here, Izuku? Shota asked, cracking open an eye from his sleeping bag as he lay sprawled out on a beanbag in the corner. Sorry, I was just talking with All Might. The man raised a brow, grunting. Really now? As the boy nodded, he continued. All right then, now go get something to eat before your next lessons start. Why, sir? The teenager stuttered, already heading for the door. He paused, noticing his companion lingering. She turned to him, shooting him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I won't take too long. I'd just like to stay with your teachers for a moment, then I'll be back by your side. Okay, I'll grab you something for lunch as well. He nodded. Thank you, Izuku. As he closed the door, she turned to the man, who simply raised an eyebrow at her. Clasping her hands together in front of her, she began, even as she felt more stares being drawn to her by the other teachers in the room. "Is there anything we can help you with?" Nemuri asked curiously, leaning back in her office chair. "Yes, actually, there is. I'm assuming you've noticed the relationship Izuku has with Katsuki, yes?" She posed the question to Shota, who nodded. "Yes, they were classmates at their old school. We check every student's record before they're accepted into UA. From what I've heard, Izuku even calls Katsuki by a nickname." He replied, sitting up in his sleeping bag. "Yes, well, I'm also assuming you've noticed how they act around each other, not very typical of students who were in the same class before, wouldn't you agree?" She continued pleasantly as if talking about nothing more than the weather. "No, it's not, but nothing in either record indicates there'd be a specific reason for that." He replied evenly. "Regardless, I've noticed they don't seem to get along." "How observant." The woman's smile never dimmed even as she delivered her following words. "But you should be worried about Katsuki. It will become clearer if you watch the recordings of today's lesson with all might." He nodded. "I'll review all the recordings by tomorrow, but what's your point?" "Yes, those two don't get along, but sometimes dashed. If you must know, Katsuki used to be Izuku's childhood best friend until Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. After that, Katsuki bullied Izuku up until they came to UA, including but not limited to using his quirk on him." A thick silence descended over the room as every teacher present turned to face her in varying degrees of concern. "You know that's a heavy allegation to level at a student here," Shota stated, eyes narrowed. "Is it still an allegation if it's true?" The woman questioned, her calm facade never breaking. "Even if it is, you'd have to prove it. We can't just take your word on it. You realize that, right?" He shot back. The man noted, with nothing short of unease that he naturally suppressed, the fact that she had yet to blink. "I do, but I assure you I'm being truthful, and is it not obvious enough when they're near each other? Or in the way they act? Katsuki is a bully who's always gotten his way, while Izuku has always been a target and resorted to running and hiding from his problems because he was too weak to face them head-on." "I'll admit she has a point," Nemuri murmured. "They clearly were close at least at some point in time before they became what they are now, but I just assumed they were rivals. What she's saying is circumstantial evidence at best." The man replied evenly. "She should know we'd need solid proof if any course of action were to be taken." "Now hang on," Hizashi spoke up. "I'm not arguing with what you've accused, but if it's true, then shouldn't we have found something about it? Surely something would have come up when we checked their files, right?" He brought the point up hesitantly, knowing that UA didn't slack off on their background searches. "That's a valid point." Mikima conceded. "But might I suggest that the files you're seeking could have been hidden?" "Not possible." Shota shook his head. "If there were even a trace of something that didn't match up, we would have dug deeper." Though he had to admit many of the files they'd found for Katsuki didn't quite live up to him in person. "Let's change tacks then." The woman diverted calmly. "You live in a society where almost the entire population have a quirk, yes?" "Yes, we do." Nemuri nodded. "So, it's not a stretch of the imagination to say for the argument that many people without quirks are deemed as the odd ones out, so to speak, which could in turn cause them to become outcasts or simply left behind by this society built on quirks. Quirks being the backbone of a person's identity." Now he was sure she hadn't blinked. The man thought the sense of foreboding in the room seemed to strengthen even as the woman continued, a small, knowing smile on her face. "It's not unusual," Nemuri admitted with a curt nod, her face drawn tight. "But discrimination of any kind, whether it be against quirkless or non-quirkless people, isn't tolerated in any capacity and frowned upon heavily." "So, you're saying that solves the problem then?" "No, it doesn't." The man cut in seriously. "Stop wasting time and cut to the chase," he urged in a tense voice despite the rather cordial setting they were in. Mikima finally blinked, only for her smile to grow ever so slightly wider. "As you would know, Izuku was a late bloomer for being granted a quirk, meaning that up until a year ago, he was deemed as quirkless and actively picked on despite your laws in place to curb that behavior, and if he wasn't bullied, he was ignored and shunned. So, has the thought crossed your mind yet that there's more between those boys than was initially reported on? Because if I had to guess, I would assume that Katsuki's record was either scrubbed entirely before his application to UA or there was never a record to begin with. Again, these are heavy allegations. The teacher finally spoke, meeting her gaze head-on as he mulled over her words. They're the truth, plain and simple. If you investigate more, I'm sure you'll come to agree with me. Well, since you've brought this to our attention, we're obligated to investigate, but I have to ask why now? And why isn't it Izuku telling us this? Finally, a crack appeared in her armor as her eyes grew cold. Because the opportunity happened to come up, and as for Izuku, he'd much prefer to sweep this under the rug than actually hold Katsuki to any degree of fault for his actions. Wait, so he doesn't know about you staying back for this reason? Hisashi asked, brows raised. As in he couldn't bring himself to bring it up with us at all? No, which is why I'm here, because someone has to, and he won't know about it. This will stay between us. She replied sweetly, a threat lurking under her words. Shota sighed as he unzipped his sleeping bag while leaning forward. You must have an idea of punishment then, otherwise you wouldn't have come to us so well prepared to deliver this. He stated bluntly. Mikima tilted her head. Not quite, I have ideas, but ultimately it will be your choice on how you handle Katsuki. I would simply wish to see him pay for his actions properly. The man leaned back, the cogs turning in his head. All right. He started after a lull of silence. Obviously, as our job, we'll look into these allegations and we'll dig deeper than before, but if we still come up with nothing, then we can't proceed with anything further unless given the opportunity. Of course. The woman tilted her head in acknowledgement. I would expect nothing less from UA. The hint of mockery couldn't be disguised. But what I do expect is for Katsuki to be kept as far away from Izuku as possible. It won't be easy since they're in the same class, but we'll do what we can, and I'll make sure to keep a closer eye on both of them, you included. He met her gaze squarely. The woman shrugged lightly. Then I'll leave this situation in your capable hands. Without another word, she left the office, causing the dense silence to fall in the wake of her leave. So, Hisashi began. Are we actually buying anything she just told us? Even lies have to have some truth to them, otherwise they're easy to see through, and she's not wrong about their strained relationship. That's obvious for anyone to see, Shota replied tiredly. I'll be sure to look into it and take what she's told us into consideration. What I do know, Nemuri piped as she stretched to hide the shudder that ran through her body, is that she gives me the creeps. I know, right? Hisashi exclaimed. There's something weird about her. Don't you think, Shota? The man zipped his sleeping bag back up, grunting. She's a quirk, she's bound to be eccentric. Yet silently he wouldn't help but agree with his friend's assessment. He'd been more at ease facing down villains who'd been on killing sprees than that woman. Mikima, there you are. The teenager blinked as the woman walked over. Hello. She smiled as she slid into the vacant seat beside him. I wasn't sure what you'd want for lunch, so I grabbed a mix of everything. He averted his gaze, embarrassed as he slid a spare tray over to her. Thank you, Izuku. She nodded, taking the offered utensils. So, what did you talk about with the teachers? Ochako piped up curiously. Nothing you'd find particularly interesting. She answered as she cleanly stabbed the piece of sushi off her plate, bringing it to her lips to hide her smile. Heading out into the late warm sunshine, the teenager kept a wide berth of the blonde loitering near the gate, who, upon spotting the woman following him, dutifully grit his teeth, digging his hands into his pockets. Repeatedly, Izuku was grateful for having the girls with him at almost all times for exact reasons like that. But it didn't stop Katsuki from calling out to him. Deku. Pausing, he stumbled slightly, wishing to catch up with his friends waiting just outside the gate, before biting the bullet to turn around to face his former friend. Kaken. You won't beat me again. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm going to end up the #1 hero, understand? He growled, glaring daggers at him, before they shifted to Mikima, staring him down patiently. And you or whoever else shows up to protect this nerd. You'll be next, you've been warned, both of you. Right then, we'll be waiting. The woman answered calmly, pissing him off further, yet he reined himself in as he spun on his heel, stalking off. Yeah, Kakin? The blonde paused, body turning rigid as hatred seethed through him as he glanced over his shoulder. Until next time, I'll be training just as hard, okay? The teenager answered defiantly, but that wasn't what caught his friend's eye. Over his shoulder stood the woman, the setting sun behind her casting her in shadow, except for her glowing eyes, which seemed to pierce his soul. She gave him a humorless smile as if she knew he was suppressing the urge to shudder. What the hell were these women? He thought as he replied darkly. I look forward to destroying you, Deku. As Katsuki finally took off, Izuku released a sigh of relief, his legs shaking lightly from standing up to his bully. Turning to Mikima, his head bowed, he mumbled bashfully. I know I've said it before, but I'll repeat it. I'm really grateful that you guys have my back. I'm not sure I could have stood up to Kakin otherwise. I mean, I wouldn't even be here either without you all. He glanced up with a shy smile on his face, eyes shining. Thank you. It was as much an address to her as it was to the others, as their emotions poured through his head to varying degrees of positivity. His current companion paused, allowing his feelings to shine through, illuminating her. It was such a foreign feeling to honestly know and understand how humans felt, yet she was growing used to it. That still couldn't counteract the natural urge to bend the child before her to her will, yet she resisted, knowing there was little point when he controlled them all. How ironic, she'd often thought, the control devil under the thumb of a powerless teenage boy. That didn't mean there wasn't anyone in this world who didn't need to be controlled. This was as flawed a society as hers was in many ways. So perhaps, with this boy's assistance, they could rise to make this world a better place. If they couldn't wipe out devils, then villains would have to do. Even if she had to get her hands dirtier than what she was used to. Smiling, the woman graciously acknowledged the teenager's gratitude. There's no need for thanks, Izuku. We're with you now always. Her eyes practically gleamed at the trust he placed in her. His strings could still be pulled if she worked hard enough, but it wouldn't be as easy as it was with Denji, at least not yet. If only she could convince him to allow her out more often, that would cut her work in half right away. As the bell rang, Shota stalked into the classroom, the bags under his eyes as prevalent as ever. Coming to a stop behind his desk, he sat down, eyes examining the class, causing the students to freeze in place. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. He began. You all need to pick a class representative and vice representative. And here I thought something remotely interesting would happen. The woman rolled her eyes, slumping in her seat as the teenager breathed a sigh of relief. This is interesting, Medusa. He protested half-heartedly as his classmates shot out of their seats, filling the room with noise. For you maybe. His companion scoffed. I was hoping for something more chaotic, though this is getting there. She continued, eyes trailing lazily over the room. Tenya shot out of his seat as the noise reached a fever pitch. Silence, everyone please. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fulfill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Won't everyone just vote for themselves? Ijiro asked, being one of the first to shoot out of his seat upon hearing the news. Most people will, but whoever does receive multiple votes must truly be the most suitable person for the job, Tenya explained. It's the best way, right, sir? He asked Shota for support. Do what you want. Just decide before my nap's over. The teacher replied nonchalantly, already in his sleeping bag, lying on the floor. Thank you for your trust. The blue-haired teen replied, utterly ignorant of their teacher's lack of care in these matters. A class vote later left his companion torn between cackling in her seat at the pale-faced teenager at the front of the class, along with Momo, or being surprised by his classmates voting for him. A class vote later, and Izuku stood on shaky legs beside Momo, standing straight-backed at the front of the class. All right, our class rep is Izuku, and our deputy is Momo, Shota stated. Really, it's not a mistake? The teenager squeaked. Unlikely. The girl beside him responded. But I'll be happy to be working with you, Izuku. She smiled. Why you too, but I'm really not sure I'm cut out for this. You worry too much. His companion cut into the conversation, waving a hand dismissively. You'll be fine, being a class representative can't be that hard. She's right, you know. Momo supported. As long as we work together, we'll be fine. I guess you're right. The teenager scratched at the back of his head awkwardly. Izuku sat in the cafeteria with Tenya and Ochako, nervously picking at his food. Guys, I'm kind of worried about the class rep thing. Even if Momo says I am, I don't think I'm qualified. We're still going over this? The woman rolled her eyes, exasperated. Sure, you are Izuku. Momo's, right? The girl responded idly, eating her rice. You'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help make you a worthy leader. Not to mention the strength you've demonstrated. Those are the reasons I voted for you, at least. The boy with glasses commented. Ochako turned to him. Didn't you want to be rep really badly? I mean, you do look the part. Because of the glasses. Tenya placed his chopsticks down gently. Wanting a job and being suited to a job are quite different things. Besides, Izuku does fit the bill quite nicely, as I've said. Without warning, a shrill alarm blared across the school, startling the students in the cafeteria. An alarm? Tenya asked tersely, shooting out of his seat. That's a level 3 alarm. Someone must have bypassed the school's defenses. A student spoke as they rushed to climb out of their seat nearby. Someone's broken into the school? Ochako questioned, standing hands flat on the table. His companion's eyes narrowed to slits with dangerous glee. About time something interesting happened around here. She hissed with relish. Come on, Izuku. She grabbed the boy by the scruff of his collar, lifting him out of his seat as she stood. Hey, wait, what are we supposed to do? He cried in alarm. Defend the school, obviously. She hissed, shoving her way through the rapidly forming crowd, dragging him behind her as his friends struggled to keep up with them. But what if it's a villain? Shouldn't we leave it to the teachers? The teenager glanced over his shoulder as the duo was swiftly swept up in the crowd. This is a total mob, Deku, wait up. The girl cried as she was packed in tightly against the other students rushing down a hallway outside the cafeteria. Everyone was quick to react. As I expect from UA students. Tenya explained curtly, trying not to be shoved too hard as they both lost sight of their friend further ahead. Everyone's causing a huge panic, Izuku exclaimed. Yes, it's rather irritating. The woman grit her teeth as she paused, planting her feet against the battering bodies before. Without warning, she shot into the air, riding a large black vector arrow, its tip digging into the floor, the end extending out of the witch's back. The woman sat now perched above the crowd. She wore a black body-length suit with a hood that extended to her knees. The hood itself was adorned with an eye-like marking on either side, which, when worn with the shape of her hair, gave it the appearance of a snake's mouth, with teeth and fangs. She was barefoot, with unique black toenail and fingernail polish featuring yellow arrows pointing upwards. The teenager flailed in her grip wildly before she shook him by the collar lightly. I'm not going to drop you, so stop squirming. She growled as she lifted him to hold her in her arms like a princess, causing him to blush. Scowling as the students around them glanced up at them in confusion, she stretched the arrow over the crowd to the closest windows. Peering outside, she narrowed her eyes at the teachers blocking the crowd of media from flooding any farther past the school gate. You're kidding. The media broke into the school? Are you sure this is supposed to be the best hero school, Izuku? She glanced at Izuku, displeasure obvious. And here I was hoping for something worthwhile to deal with. The media broke into our school? He gaped out the window. I'm not sure, but that's really weird. She grunted as she glanced down at the mass of students packed below them. Yes, well, clearly no one else has realized yet. Well, we should let them know. He replied determinedly. Should we now? She asked in a voice that was lilting, teasingly. Weiss, we should, so everyone calms down. He responded resolutely. Fine. She rolled her eyes as she retracted her arrow back into her as she floated over the crowd to the exit of the hallway. Turning to face the sea of faces upturned toward them, she held the teenager out, his hands under his shoulders, leaving him awkwardly dangling from her grasp. Hello, he called, his voice cracking. More faces turned up to them, but the hallway remained louder than he would have preferred. Louder? Medusa urged. Get it over with. Clearing his throat, he attempted again. Hello, hey everyone, please listen to me. Yet his voice still only reached those directly below. Sighing, the woman allowed a swarm of arrows to suddenly shoot out of her back, leaving them poised over almost every student, hovering unnervingly above them. Everyone shut up and listen now unless you'd prefer to be skewered. She threatened, her voice carrying over the now silent crowd. Thanks, Medusa, Izuku muttered, taking a deep breath. Hurry up. She hissed back. Listen up, everything is okay. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove we're the best of the best. He called out in his calm voice, washing over the crowd, prompting muttering as everyone seemed tense. If you don't believe me, look outside right now, and you'll see that our teachers are there dealing with them, so there's nothing to worry about. As the students who could turn found out he was telling the truth, ripples ran through the body of students as they relaxed. As the crowd slowly dispersed back out into the cafeteria, the woman lowered them to the ground as her arrows retracted back into her body. Dropping the teenager unceremoniously, he stumbled before turning to her, smiling awkwardly. Thanks, Medusa. She waved a hand, already bored. Don't worry about it. He reminded her of Chrono way too often, though at least he seemed more competent. Izuku, remind me again how much money we'll make when we become pros? The woman beside him asked as she leaned into. That depends. He stammered. On what? The woman asked with a teasing smile. Well, it depends on how high we are in the pro hero rankings. Officially, ranking is decided by taking several factors into account, such as the level of strength the hero has displayed, the number of cases they've resolved, their general popularity, and their overall contribution to society. The Hero Public Safety Commission reviews the activities of all heroes in the country and uses a formula to organize and evaluate all the aforementioned factors. Their ranks garner them higher wages with which to build bigger agencies and spread their influence. She hummed. That sounds like an awful amount of work. I wish it worked the way it did when I took on commissions to hunt down curses. She mused. Why yeah, but it'll be worth it, I promise. He clenched a fist in front of him, smiling determinedly. When we graduate, I promise I'll try to buy you whatever you want, and we can keep people safe together, deal? Her smile widened lazily, charmed by his passion. I suppose that works for me, Izuku, but just know you better keep your promise. Eventually, Shota walked into the room tiredly. Arriving in front of his desk, he turned to the class. Good morning. Today's training is rescue. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member who will be keeping tabs on you. The hero continued to explain. You'll be dealing with all sorts of rescue situations. This special training is at an off-campus facility, so we'll take a bus. That's all. Start getting ready. The teacher stood by his desk, watching his students grab their costumes from the wall compartments before filing out the door. Grabbing his costume, the teenager paused, befuddled. Something wrong, Izuku? His companion came to lean over his shoulder curiously. Well, that doesn't seem right. She commented. His costume, which his mother had made for him, had seemingly been replaced by an upgraded version. The color was now a darker teal with black outlines instead of white. It included light beige shoulder pads and black knee pads, now extended to his thighs. His new gloves were also tinted a light beige and adorned with 2 blue stripes. His respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, with 8 holes, and the All Might-like mask is absent. Grabbing his costume, he walked over to the man waiting by the door, frowning. Sir, what dash dot? I finally reviewed the class's lesson with All Might the other day. Needless to say, your costume wasn't practical or safe at all, so I requested Power Loader to upgrade it. If it makes you feel any better, that's a brand new costume and your old one is still being held in the workshop waiting for you to pick it up, so I wouldn't worry about it. He explained. So Power Loader made this for me? Izuku asked, his concern forgotten about having a pro hero work on his costume. Unlikely. I assume he would have given to one of his students in the support course to work on. Bubbles sufficiently burst, he drooped over slightly. At least they kept his old costume, he reminded himself, so he'd make sure to pick it up later. Well, it's certainly an improvement. The woman beside him commented. Why yeah, I guess so. He couldn't really argue with that, he thought. 13 greeted the students as they entered the colossal dome. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you. She greeted, her voice muffled slightly under her helmet. Ochako bounced on the ball of her feet. It's 13. She's my favorite hero. Izuku stood beside her, similarly ecstatic. She's one of the best rescue heroes in Japan. Hifenbu. The heroine threw a hand wide at the dome surrounding the circumference. Large areas simulating various disaster situations stood within it. In the center of the dome stood a simple square fountain. I created this training facility to prepare students to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Alright, clock's ticking. We should get started. Shota interrupted. I've been told All Might isn't available due to an emergency. So, it'll just be us for now. He stated, standing next to 13. Suddenly, the lights lining the circumference of the dome above flickered, as did the water shooting out of the fountain. Shota's eyes narrowed as the teens glanced around curiously. Hey, what's that down there? Denki asked, pointing at the fountain. A large purple and black portal had opened from where a group of decidedly sketchy figures emerged. Ijiro shaded his eyes, stepping forward. Hey, I thought we were doing Riku's training, not more battle training. The teacher shielded the boy with an arm, barking. Stay together and don't move. 13 protect the students. He strapped his yellow goggles to his head. The students glanced at each other uncertainly, while the heroine nodded and stepped forward. Stay back. This is real. Those are villains. Shota spoke in a taut, focused voice. The class gasped, many students shaking in fear. A small, thin man stepped from the center of the portal as more villains continued to pour out of it. He had pale, unruly blue hair and wore dark clothing. He seemed to be wearing imitations of hands along the top half of his body. A large black humanoid monster with a very muscular body stepped through the portal after him. Its brain was exposed at the top of its head, where its eyes sat. It had a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. An ominous, echoey voice carried through the dead air to the students and teachers as the portal began to shrink, depositing the villains. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should also be here. The portal shrank to a vaguely human silhouette, highlighted by large, jagged yellow eyes. So those scumbags used the press as cover and sneaked onto campus, Shota muttered as the group of villains began moving toward them. Where is he? I go through all the trouble to bring so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe he'll come out to play if I kill a few kids. The hand villain spoke in a high, light voice. What? Real villains? No way. How could so many of them get into a facility this secure? Ijiro denied, his eyes darting nervously over the entourage. Yeah, 13, Momo spoke up. Why aren't the alarms going off? Good question, I'm not sure. She muttered, glancing upward. Is the entire campus under attack, or is it just us? Shoto asked, eyes narrowed. Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't going off, then something must be masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here. But they thought this out. They must have a way to kill All Might. Izuku's eyes widened as many of his classmates again stared uneasily down at the villains slowly advancing. Kill All Might? They couldn't, could they? Shota was right, however. They must think they could. 13. Get them out of here and alert the main campus. Shota shot over his shoulder, voice deadly serious. Actually, if they're blocking our sensors, they're probably blocking our main communication too. What are you going to do? You can't fight them on your own. Izuku spoke fearfully. There are too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights, not in groups. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Shota spoke over his shoulder. I'll leave it to you, 13. She nodded. Wait, Izuku yelled, causing the man to pause. The teacher began, only to be cut off by his student. I know you want to help, but this isn't your fight. You're a student, not a pro. Stay here, Dashta. He turned to his companion. Mei, please help Mr. Aizawa hold off the villains. Whether you want to admit it or not, you'll need help, sir, which is why Mei's going with you. I'll be fine here because I'm with everyone else. He gave a determined grin, feeding off the feelings of assurance sliding through his mind. His eyes slid to the woman beside him. She had light peach skin and small, sharp, dark purple eyes with thin eyebrows. She had long, blue-tinted silver hair, styled into 2 braids, one that covered her face and the other that hung down past her shoulders. She sported a dark purple bodysuit with a skirt attached. There were also pants beneath them, covering her legs and tucked into light brown boots. She gave him a cunning smile. I follow Izuku. So, if this is what he wishes of me, then don't waste your time by trying to stop me. Saying that though, she bent down to the teenager's level. I'll be expecting you to buy me something nice afterwards, okay? Okay, but be safe, please. He requested, eyes wide with worry. She gave a soft chuckle, running a hand through his curly hair. I will as long as you will be as well. Right, I will. He nodded, lips pressed in seriousness. Casting a final glance his way, she turned to the man. All right then, now that that's sorted, let's go. Holding her hands out, a large, light-colored 2-handed axe drops into her awaiting palms with a flash of light. The head of the axe is engraved with a symbol, and the lower handle is wrapped in cloth. The axe itself is almost as tall as she is. Giving a curt nod, Shota took the lead, leaping down the flight of stairs with Mei following hot on his heels. As they landed at the base of the stairs, they lunged forward. Immediately, the teacher began dispatching his foes left and right with swift, precise movements. His capture tape, made from carbon fiber and metal alloys, cut through the air, trapping villains for more manageable takedowns. The woman beside him was a whirlwind of danger, as she spun through the villains working to surround them with brutal efficiency, sending them scattering or hurling them through the air as her axe cleaved them. Izuku couldn't help the tentative, hopeful smile climbing up his face. With his companion's help, Shota stood an even better chance. He turned around as his classmates ran to the exit, herded by 13. Who the hell is that? Tamura hissed as he glared at the woman cutting through their ranks of villains with far too much ease. I believe that would be the boy's quirk, Kurogyari responded, eyes darting up the stairs to the retreating group. I'll be back as we can't allow our guests to depart just yet. Suddenly, the portal person rose from the floor in front of the students from another portal. There is no escape for you, he intoned, spreading his body upward and outward. The class, with their teacher, halted before him. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? Katsuki and Eijiro both tensed while Izuku bit his lip as he glanced back down at his companion worriedly. I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. Kurogyari continued. 13 suddenly lifted her arm, a small cap on the top of one of her fingers unlatching, only for Katsuki and Eijiro to leap toward the villain. An explosion from their attacks filled the scene with smoke. Did you think we would just stand around and watch you tear this place to shreds? The redhead asked cockily, his hands appearing rigid. As the smoke cleared, however, the villain's mist-like body was seen coalescing back together, where, near his neck area, a circular metal brace sat, leaving the front of what Katsuki assumed was his neck open. You live up to your school's reputation. Both boys recoiled in shock. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. You two get out of the way right now. 13 yelled. Both boys looked back in shock, only for the villain's body to explode outward, large purple ropes surrounding the surprised students. Hair fluttering, Mei paused briefly, glancing around at the already rapidly dwindling numbers before her gaze switched up the staircase as a spike of alarm shot through her mind, only to find that the mist-like villain was enveloping the group. Izuku. She breathed. Shota's eyes slid over to her before following her gaze. They'll be fine. He grunted after beating down another opponent he'd reeled in with his capture tape. Focus. He barked. Immediately, she ducked under a wild swing from a villain charging her before sweeping their feet from under them as she turned, bringing the hilt of her axe into their head with a sickening thud. Izuku, you better be safe. She muttered before turning on her next opponent, who didn't seem particularly thrilled to face off against her. 1 minute, the teenager was standing off against Kurogiri, the next, he was wrapped in the man's body before he fell through a portal above a mountainous area. Eyes widening, he instinctively dropped into a roll to break his fall, but ended up rolling straight into a rocky outcropping. Wincing, he sprang up, rubbing at her forehead gingerly as he glanced around, assessing his surroundings. From the looks of things, he'd ended up in the landslide zone, not ideal, but at least it was a vantage point to see around the dome, not that he could make up much because of how far away they were. Hey, class rep. A familiar voice behind him called, causing him to turn to be met with Kyoka and Momo, both seeming disheveled but unharmed. I knew I heard your muttering nearby. He blushed, stuttering. Hey, sorry, but I'm glad you guys are here too. Yeah, Momo and I practically landed on top of each other. Good to know it wasn't just us that got sent over here. Yes, I believe that villain teleported us here with his quirk, Momo added thoughtfully. Which means it's safe to say he did the same to the rest of our class caught in his body. But why teleport us away and separate us when we were retreating anyway? Why not just teleport us outside or let us leave when we clearly weren't gonna fight them? The purple-haired girl asked as she crouched down, sticking her jacks into the ground. To stop us from contacting the outside world and calling pro-heroes as reinforcements? But then what's to stop us from potentially breaking out from here? Or finding a way out? The tall girl replied, holding her chin in thought. Never mind, now I think I found out their plan for that. Kyoka suddenly stood, glancing around nervously. I can hear multiple people all around us. She reported. The trio backed into each other as, just as she predicted, a group of villains appeared without warning from between the rock formations, effectively surrounding them. You wouldn't be able to summon someone to help us out here, could you, Izuku? The purple-haired girl asked, keeping her voice level. He shook his head. I can't. I need to be in line of sight of them, and I can't see Mei from here, and even if I could and brought her over here, Mr. Aizawa would be left to fend for himself. He explained. DMN. The girl cursed as the villains crept closer, yet stayed just out of reach. An assortment carried weapons of different varieties, but the standout was that they were all short-range. But it's okay, I can still fight. He held up his fists, eyeing off the group carefully. This is what he'd been trained for. It was bound to happen sooner or later, when his companions couldn't be there for him. Now it was truly time to prove what he was made of. If any of them had emitter-type quirks, they would have used them by now. The teenager quietly pointed it out to the girls. Still, we should be on guard just in case, Momo replied seriously as the villains circled them. A glow from her front took his attention for a moment before he was discreetly handed a pair of knuckle dusters. Hopefully that will be useful for you. She whispered. Thanks, Momo. He donned the brass knuckles, shaking out his fists to adjust to their weight as his lessons from his companions rushed through his mind on fighting styles and techniques. Just let them come to you, wait for an opening, then strike, don't hesitate, he reminded himself, as finally the villains stopped circling them before one stepped forward, scoffing. Are we really screwing around here, guys? They're just kids, what are they gonna do? They can't take all of us on, so come on, the faster we get this over with, the better. A round of cheers and jeers rippled through the gathered villains as the man took a cocky step forward, brandishing the wooden bat he held that was covered in rusty nails. His cockiness was his downfall, however, because as soon as he stepped within range, the teenager swept forward, delivering a swift punch to the face, sending the villain toppling back, blood streaming from his broken nose. Hissing, Izuku shook out his hand from the sting even as he clenched his hand in surprise. He'd done it, he'd successfully taken down a villain all by himself, well, technically with Momo's help, thanks to her quirk, but still pride swelled in his chest, along with approval flashing through his mind, only then for all hell to break loose. After their comrade hit the deck out cold, the villains stared, taken aback, before another released a battle cry, causing them all to lunge simultaneously. From there, it was a bloody free-for-all as the trio did their best to withstand the onslaught, with the teenager tanking what hits he could to stop them from catching the girls while dishing out what hits he could. Thankfully, the girls managed to keep off many of the villains with their combined attacks as Kyoka used her quirk to blast the group back with sound waves while Momo swiftly dealt with any who slipped past her friend's defenses with her steel staff. Dodging under a stray swing from a villain, Izuku lunged forward, further knocking the man off balance, sending him falling back as another took his place. Ducking under the swing of an arm that had suddenly become like the rocky surface they stood on, he kept up the assault, pushing the man back with a well-aimed punch to the chest. He needed to be able to keep up. He couldn't stand the thought of an injury he sustained affecting Mei as she fought. He refused to be knocked out and take her with him. There's too many of them, Kyoka grunted as she blasted back another villain who stepped into her line of fire. She was right, the teenager thought, sweat dripping from his brow, as bruises and cuts littered his body, not enough to keep him from fighting on, but enough to seriously begin slowing him up. For every villain he knocked out, another two would take their place, and it was becoming messier the more they fought. He narrowly avoided a fist with bone-like spikes coming out of the knuckles before returning a punch of his own back that sent the villains staggering away, clutching their face in pain. Momo, do you think you could make us parachutes? The teenager asked in a low voice as he wiped the stray blood off his cheek. He sent a silent thank you to the girls inside the watch for pushing him as hard as they had. The girl shot him a cautious glance. Yes, but if I do, I'll be unable to make anything else. That's fine. He panted, catching another villain's arm in his grip, redirecting the villain away, staggering. Just make them now, or we won't last much longer up here. Okay, just hold them off. Momo nodded as she crouched, her back glowing under her costume. The same villain he'd sent stumbling away lowered his head, charging at him, causing him to jump out of the way, only to be caught by his stray fist, sending him stumbling. Grunting, he righted himself in time to slip past their guard as they turned, shooting out a swift fist to their temple. Now what? Thudding into his back, Izuku's arms wrapped around the bag before he swiftly strapped it to his shoulders as he sent another kick, striking out at a villain's knee, causing them to fall with a cry. Now we get out of here, he yelled. Follow me. Lowering his head, he charged full tilt toward the edge of the cliff, the thumping of boots letting him know the girls were right behind him. Pushing down the adrenaline as he slid under a villain's outstretched arms, the teenager reached the edge before leaping off as far as his aching legs could push him. Immediately, as gravity took hold, he pulled the tag on the backpack strap, and the parachute unfurled. Grabbing the rope on either side of him as his plummet turned into a steadier descent, he did his best to direct himself towards the central plaza. Hitting the ground harder than he would have preferred, the teenager came to a stumbling stop before face-planting as the parachute collapsed over him, trapping him underneath. Taking a moment for the aches of his muscles to lessen, he pushed himself up, crawling out from underneath on shaky limbs, only to wince as a stab of alarm shot through his head. There, he found the girls beside him with Kyoka helping the pale-faced Momo out from under her parachute. They'd more or less managed to land directly in front of a line of well-maintained rectangular bushes on their side of the plaza. Turning, Izuku peered up at the distant landslide zone. We made it. He breathed, finding no signs of any villains following them just yet. With any luck, they wouldn't have any practical way to come after them anytime soon, which he told the girls. Why yes, so we should get back to the entrance to see if anyone there needs our help or if we can escape to get help. Momo swayed slightly before righting herself, pushing off her friend. Are you sure you're okay, Momo? The purple-haired girl asked worriedly. I'm fine, I just won't be able to make anything else. She responded steadily. Why yeah, that's what I'm worried about. The rest of our class is around here, fighting other villains. I want to help them but... The teenager glanced at the fountain's tip peeking over the nearby bushes. You want to help Mr. Aizawa first. Kyoka finished his thought. He nodded determinedly. Everyone else has probably been split between smaller groups of villains. I know we should help the others or get to our teachers, but we may be too late. Right here, right now, we can help him. We can save him. I know he has Mei too, but... He glanced at the watch on his wrist, the surface gleaming dully. She's my quirk and my friend, so I'm going to help them. He glanced back at his classmates, who wore worried expressions. I trust our classmates to handle themselves. They have each other. He continued smiling at them, a deep-seated worry in his eyes. I won't ask you two to come with me. But if you don't, promise me you'll get out and get us back up. Kyoka glanced unsurely between the pair. Momo can't really fight right now, so I think it'd be better if I helped her get out of here. I hate to agree with her, but I'm sorry, Izuku. The taller girl nodded weakly, ashamed for already burning out from her quirk. And no, don't be sorry, without you, we might not have gotten out of the landslide zone in one piece, and plus, these were a huge help. He held up the knuckle dusters. I'll be fine. Fine, but you'd better be careful. The purple-haired girl replied, punching his shoulder lightly. Because if you die, Momo becomes class president, just so you know. The teenager gave a grin. I'll be careful, I won't leave all the work to you, Momo. He promised, causing Momo to smile. Thank you, Izuku. Sharing nods, the girls separated swiftly but carefully, jogging off, being mindful of their surroundings, while Izuku spun on his heel, creeping over to the bushes. Peering over, he held a hand over his mouth, eyes widening. This is bad. He muttered. Around the fountain were the many littered bodies of villains, which should have been a relief to the teenager if his teacher's body wasn't amongst them. The man lay motionless in the dirt, his head buried in a crater in the ground, with both of his arms appearing to be broken. However, Mei stood protectively over him, holding her axe menacingly. Across from them stood the towering bulk of the monster. Beside him stood the man with the hands on his body. Tell me, he rasped in a light voice. Are you a new teacher at UA? Or are you that brat's quirk? My name is Mei, that's all you need to know. She replied defiantly, her eyes flicking towards him after he'd focused enough to send a pulse of feeling to her. She sent him a stern warning before her gaze slid back to the villains. Well, I guess whoever you are doesn't really matter since you'll die anyway. The man shrugged lightly before glancing at the creature, which stared into space with its lifeless eyes. Nomu, kill her. As the hulking beast now identified as Nomu shot forward at an almost untrackable speed, Mei grit her teeth in a grin as, directly above them, a flock of crows glowing in bright purple energy burst through the steel dome. Lifting her axe to block the beast's attack, her eyes widened as his fist connected with the hilt, shattering the weapon while sending her flying through the air to where she landed on her feet, shaken but otherwise unharmed. Now you're certainly a grade 1 curse. She stated. What the dash dot? Tamura glanced up from the sudden bang only to find a flock of crows descending upon him. Raising his hands above his head to ward off the blows, he was surprised as the birds shot straight through his arms, rending flesh apart. Screaming in agony, he stumbled back as his dismembered arms fell to the floor with the birds that had ripped straight through them now buried in the ground, their bodies reduced to mangled corpses. Nomu! He yelled as the next two birds took his legs out from under him with deadly precision. As Mei was summoning her new axe into her hands, Mentally thanking the device for allowing that to work to defend against the monster as it lunged at her, it immediately paused before turning and, almost in a flash, catching the fifth and final crow in its hands, smashing it into a paste. Kurogyri! The man lay on the ground, limbless, writhing in pure agony. The mission's been called off. Get us out of here now. Without missing a beat, Kurogyri suddenly appeared, swirling around his companion defensively as his body stretched out to shield him from any more attacks. Nomu! His voice croaked behind the fog. Come! The beast blinked as it stomped over, even as the woman rushed it from behind, swinging her axe down as it sank into its skull. The beast screeched, eyes rolling back to stare at her, even as it kept walking. Mei paused, panting heavily, eyes wide in surprise, as the monster lifted a hand and removed her axe from its brain, the dent left behind swiftly reforming. Even as she gathered herself for another swing, recovering from her surprise, Nomu disappeared into the folds of the mist like a villain, causing them to vanish with a hiss of swirling air. A purple and black portal opened in the middle of a small, well-kept, dusty bar with warm, dingy lights. It deposited the blue-haired villain onto the well-oiled wood floorboards, where blood began pooling. The villain groaned in pain, writhing as Kurogyri formed beside him, the portal closing, revealing him wearing a well-tailored suit. My arms and legs gone. All those underlings wiped out. We failed. At least we still have Nomu. He sobbed through gritted teeth as Nomu leaned over him protectively. Tamura glanced up at a small television screen against the wall next to the bar from his place on the floor. You were wrong, Master, so wrong. No, he wasn't. A synthetic voice spoke from the blank screen. We weren't as prepared as we should have been. I agree we underestimated them. Thankfully, we failed under the cheap League of Villains name and not our own. Though it's a travesty after everything we did to make him as powerful as All Might, and he couldn't even be put to the test. Well, I suppose it can't be helped, unfortunately. A deeper, more refined voice spoke. Power, Tamura muttered. That reminds me. There was a woman there. She must have been that brat's quirk from the files we stole, not that we saw him around. If she hadn't gotten in our way. The man's hands tightened. We might have bought enough time for All Might to show. We could have killed the symbol of peace. Naturally, you're upset. But this was not a futile mission. We've learned many things. Gather more elite villains. Take all the time you need. I must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you as my face. A symbol of your own. Tamura Shigaraki, next time, you will show the world that it should be afraid of you. The man glanced up, eyes glassy with tears, promising painful revenge. Mei, are you okay? As the villains disappeared, the teenager finally ducked out from behind his cover, racing over to his companion as she dismissed her axe into the ether with a flick of her wrist. She turned to him. Yes, I'm fine, what about you? Fine, I'm just glad you're okay. He gave a relieved grin as he came to a stop in front of her. Likewise. She purred before turning to the motionless man. I'm sorry about your teacher, though that curse, or should I say monster, moved far too quickly for either of us to react in time. Izuku's face paled as he rushed over to his teacher, the woman following. Rolling him over as carefully as he could, he breathed a sigh of relief to find that, though his nose was also broken, with his face smeared in blood, he was breathing. Thank goodness! A sudden, thunderous bang that echoed throughout the dome was enough for the pair to glance up, tension flaring, only to calm as, in the distance, All Might burst into the dome. And racing down the stairs towards them were a handful of his classmates. Ijiro was the first to reach him. Izuku, are you okay? Why yeah, fine, but we need help with Mr. Aizawa. The group behind him slowed as they drew near, with the boys' faces morphing into dismay. He'll be all right. Mei assured. But he does need medical assistance soon. So does 13, Shoto stated quietly. But it should be okay, we managed to get Tenya out, so he should be bringing more backup soon. Soon enough, the UA entourage arrived with half the staff of the school pulling up to the scene, along with normal law enforcement, not that far behind. allowing the injured teachers to be taken away to be treated while the collective group of students were escorted outside to be interviewed briefly, wherein the symbol of peace had disappeared not long after everything had deemed to be handled, which the teenager couldn't help but find odd, but was soon dismissed as he found out everyone else in his class were more or less okay, mainly shaken but largely only slightly injured. They were then taken back to the campus, only to be dismissed for the next 2 days to allow them time to recover. Izuku arrived home late that afternoon to be swept carefully into his mother's arms, where she had burst into tears. The attack had apparently been all over the news. Inko slowly cooked him dinner, periodically glancing over her shoulder as if to make sure he was still there with her. After ensuring he was safe from head to toe, she turned to Mei Mei, bowing rapidly as she professed her gratitude, with the woman standing there awkwardly and used to such direct appreciation and praise. They were okay. His classmates were okay. His teachers were okay. He hoped 13 and Mr. Aizawa were healing well, he thought. Eat up, Izuku. His mother piped up, breaking him from his clouded thoughts. Those new muscles need lots of fuel. He glanced up, smiling softly as she placed down the plates of food. He would continue to strive to do better in the future, he thought determinedly. Thanks, Mum. The woman smiled warmly at him as she sat down across from him. You're welcome, dear. Yes, thank you, Inko. His companion nodded. Izuku did well to hold his own today. He made my job much easier. He shot the woman a shy smile, which she returned with a knowing smirk. Speaking of which, since we have tomorrow off. The teenager faltered as the realization dawned on him. He could already feel the indignation feeding into his mind from the rest of the women in his watch. All right. Just please nothing too expensive. He begged lightly. We'll see. Mei Mei's smile widened. Finally coming back to UA after the short break left the teenager feeling more relieved than he thought he'd be, especially after the League of Villains attack that the media had picked up on, causing him and a handful of his classmates to be hounded at the school gates. Pigs in human clothing. His companion scoffed next to him as she glanced over her shoulder, glaring down at the people still calling for their attention as cameras flashed. They're not that bad. He argued half-heartedly. Yes, they are. The girl beside him replied decisively. They don't work those sorts of jobs out of any sort of passion, they only care about being paid and raking in public interest. They sicken me. Falling silent, he couldn't argue with that, especially with how pushy some of the reporters had been. They don't care about us, we're only another story to them. If you'd allow me, I'd be more than happy to send them on their way. Please don't, Izuku responded nervously. As long as they don't come into the school, then we're fine, hopefully they'll be gone by the end of the day anyway. His companion sneered. They should hope to be. After heading into his class, it was clear that he wasn't the only person grateful to be back at UA. It seemed, for better or worse, the majority of the class had missed the school even after being here for such a short time. As the students talked amongst themselves to pass the time, a silent question lingered over the room. Who would be their teacher while Mr. Aizawa recovered from his injuries? Their question was soon answered as the door opened with a bang, startling the teenagers as a familiar smiling face walked in. Good morning, class. Namuri greeted them warmly. Since Mr. Aizawa is still recovering from his injuries, I decided to volunteer as your homeroom teacher in his absence. Now you all know the UA Sports Festival will be held soon, right? She asked on a more serious note. Several faces nodded excitedly. She nodded back, matching their enthusiasm. Good. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. This is a great opportunity to get scouted by pro heroes and possibly be recruited as a sidekick. So, I must stress the importance of everyone training as hard as they can for this. Does everyone understand? Kyoka's hand shot up. Is it really such a good idea to hold the festival after a villain snuck inside our school? They could attack us when we're all in the same place, Mashireo added. Midnight's smile dipped. You bring up good points, both of you. But the school believes this is a good way to show that the threat has been neutralized and that our school is safer than ever. As an added precaution, however, they're upping our security this year compared to others. As the bell rang to kick off the day of lessons, Namuri strutted up to the teenager's desk. Izuku, Shota asked me to pass along the message that he was thankful to Mei Mei and, by extension, your help at the USJ. He does? Izuku replied, embarrassed. Yes, he's recovering well, by the way. Again thanks to you too. I assume you can pass that on to her? She asked curiously. Why, yeah, she knows now. The teenager replied, satisfaction flowing through his mind. Good. The woman smiled. I trust you'll prepare well for the sports festival. As he nodded determinedly as she stood smiling as she exited the classroom. This is gonna be nuts. The teenager began excitedly turning to his companion. Everyone's so excited. Of course we are, Tenya replied from his desk beside the boy. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim of becoming heroes. So naturally, we're all getting fired up. You have to be excited too, right, Izuku? He asked. Well, yeah, of course I am. But also nervous. The teen replied, glancing down at his desk. Deku. Tenya. A rough voice caused the boys to turn to meet the intense, flaming gaze of Ochako. Let's do our best in the sports festival. Yeah. Both boys replied, slightly unnerved by the girl's sudden, intense enthusiasm. From the sounds of it, this is a pointless waste of time to show off, but rest assured, we'll make the most of it, Satsuki informed beside Izuku. What? No way, Satsuki, this is like really important. Mina complained nearby. Don't be such a stick in the mud. Yeah, it'll be great, you'll see. Toru piped up. We'll see. The girl responded curtly. She was tall and slim with an angular face. She had long, thigh-length, dark blue-tinted hair with inward, diamond-shaped bangs hanging over her forehead, blue eyes, fairly thick eyebrows, and a large bust. She wore a white and blue sailor uniform with a high collar, shoulder epaulets and gold adornments along the sides. On the upper left sleeve is a blue metal band with 3 clasps. During lunch at the cafeteria, the boy asked the question that had been on his mind since Ochako's sudden determination. Hey Ochako? What's up? She replied, around a mouthful of rice. Why did you decide to come to UA? What made you want to be a pro hero? The teenager was initially curious about her actual reasoning, but her sudden intensity when speaking about the festival piqued his interest. The girl ducked her head in embarrassment. Well, because it's for the money. She responded hesitantly. Izuku swallowed his bite of food quickly. You want to be a hero so you can get rich? A flare of approval ran through his mind, which he tamped down. The girl rubbed the back of her head nervously. If we're cutting to the chase, then yeah. How noble, Satsuki commented snidely. She quickly waved her hands. I'm sorry if it sounds greedy. You two have such admirable motivations. I hope you don't think less of me now. She continued, staring into her lap. Not at all. Your goal is to support your well-being, a perfectly admirable ambition. Tenya replied sternly, hoping to reassure the girl. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's just kind of surprising. The girl beside him made to comment again for pausing. Who was she to comment on someone else's goals? After all, no matter how much she had looked down upon Ryuko's goals, she'd still achieved them despite how many hardships she'd placed before her. Thinking of her sister caused a pang deep within her heart, an emotion that had the teenager's brows creasing. She shook her head, allowing him to tune back to his friend as she continued, sighing. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work lately, so we're flat broke. She continued running her hands through her hair nervously. Anyways, this isn't really something I usually tell other people, but… Construction, you say? Tenya replied, hand against his chin. Izuku gasped. If she got licensed, she could use her quirk to cut costs down a lot. And they could sell their heavy lifting equipment. She could float everything. Tenya continued Izuku's train of thought, impressed. I know, right? Chuckle burst. I've been telling my dad that since I was a kid. The girl balled her hands tightly under the table, staring into her lap. I'm going to become a pro. I'll sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents have an easy life. She stared up, meeting the boy's gaze. Both were taken aback by the fierce determination being broadcast from her brown eyes. That's beautiful. So noble. Tenya yelled, beginning to clap under the table. Izuku stared at the girl in shock. She wasn't here because of some dream. She was here with a simple goal. She was more grounded than most people here, Izuku thought in shock. I will retract my statement. His companion uttered, causing them to turn to her in surprise. Tenya is right, your goal is noble, and as long as you have the will to achieve it, I believe you will. Thanks, Satsuki. The brunette blushed, lightly rubbing the back of her head. Knowing you guys support me about this makes me feel way less bad about it. She admitted. Just don't lose sight of that goal. The girl continued sternly. Keep striving for it until you reach it. I will. Ochako nodded determinedly, a fire in her eyes. As the bell rang across the school, bringing another day to a close, the class found their way out to freedom, blocked by a crowd of students staring into their classroom curiously. Why the heck are all these people here? Ochako whispered frantically to Izuku as they took a nervous step back from the doorway. Momo, noticing the commotion, moved to support her class representative. Hello? Is there something we can help you with? Satsuki wasn't far behind. What's your business here? Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Tenya asked, making an arm-chopping motion. Why are they blocking our doorway? I won't let them hold us hostage. Minoru yelled. They're scouting out the competition, idiots, Katsuki stated, annoyed, shoving past the grape-headed boy. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. He stood in front of the crowd. At least now they know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. He glared. You can't call people extras just because you don't know who they are, Tenya exclaimed in outrage. Katsuki, control yourself. Momo hissed in embarrassment. So, this is Class 1A? I heard you were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. A mop of uncombed purple hair moved through the crowd, revealing a tall boy with dull, tired purple eyes. He spoke in a similar monotone to their homeroom teacher. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life. Katsuki scoffed as the boy continued. I didn't make the cut the first time around. But I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course, and they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Scouting the competition? Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to tell you that I'll steal your spot right from under you if you don't bring your very best. Consider this a declaration of war. A declaration of war, was it? His companion stepped forward, eyes assessing him with cold calculation. Well then, I'd hope you're as willing as you seem to back up those words on the field of battle. Before the boy could respond, a new voice broke through the glaring contest. Hey! A teenager with jagged gray hair and black eyes tilted dramatically inwards, each lined with a very thick, jagged, tan-colored substance, stepped forward. I'm from Class 1B next door to you. We heard you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true, but you're just a bunch of brats who think you're better than us. The boy yelled, clenching a fist. Talk all you want. It'll just be more embarrassing when you lose. Katsuki leveled a deadly glare at the crowd, setting a small explosion off in his palm, silencing the yelling boy and causing the purple-haired boy's eyes to widen. None of you people matter. What matters is that I'll beat you. With that, the blonde began barging through the crowd. Hey, I'll be coming for you. The gray-haired boy yelled, waving a fist. Damn it, that was such a manly exit, Ijiro complained as the crowd slowly began dispersing. Come along, Izuku. Satsuki waved after him as she followed the blonde's path, heels clacking, head held high, meeting any glares leveled at her head-on. Smiling nervously, the teenager turned to his classmates, knowing he had to step up as the class representative. You heard those guys, now I know none of us are the kind of people to take what they said lying down, right? So I expect everyone to train hard for the festival to show them what Class 1A is capable of, okay? As cheers rang through the class, the crowd began dispersing, losing interest as Izuku finally ducked out to catch up with his companion waiting further up the hall. Well said. She inclined her head as she fell into step beside him. Why you think so? I guess as the class representative, it's my job now to act like that. He ran a hand through his curly head. I bet it wasn't as impressive as your speeches at Hinoji, though. Not quite. She admitted with a small smile. But as long as the results are the same, then I see no issue with it. The teenager thought he was about to throw up. He really did. He sat at his desk in class, knowing that right now, just across the campus, people from all over Japan, from heroes to civilians, were currently filling up the stadium that would host the sports festival, not to mention the millions of people around the world likely tuning in to watch on their televisions. 1,000 what-ifs ran through his head, the worst scenarios he could imagine or himself playing out in high definition through his brain as he worried, then worried some more, then worried even more. Hey! A kind voice cut through his haze of panic and doubt. Lifting his head slowly, he was met by the comforting smile of his companion. We can all feel your emotions, you know. Sorry. He blanched, pale-faced. Hey, none of that. She cut him off. You need to stop worrying, okay? We'll be fine, but if you get all worked up now, then we probably won't be. She pointed out calmly, causing him to even out his breaths. Why, you're right, sorry. He mumbled bashfully. Hey, it's okay. She gave him a genuine smile as they finally stood as the bell rang with the class filing out into the hallway, led by Namuri, to head to the stadium. As he made to follow the handful of his classmates already out the door, a voice broke him from his thoughts. Izuku. He glanced up to see Shoto staring down at him thoughtfully. Hey Shoto. What's up? From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly obvious you're stronger than me. The teen glanced away nervously, rubbing the back of his head. I wouldn't exactly say stronger. You're right, your quirk is stronger, you yourself are weaker than I. But know that I don't want you going easy on me and that I will beat you. Hey, what's the big deal? Why are we picking fights all of a sudden? And right before we get started? Ijiro exclaimed, moving to de-escalate the situation. He placed his hand on Shoto's shoulder to move him from blocking the doorway as he stood protectively in front of the teenager. The boy shrugged him off, turning to walk away. We're not here to be each other's friends. Don't forget this isn't a team effort. Izuku watched the boy walk away worriedly. Wait, Shoto. The teen stopped, turning around. I don't know what's going through your head or why you think you need to tell me that you'll beat me. But even if I'm better than you, or my quirk is, you probably have way more potential than anyone else in the hero course, including me. That's why you got in so easily. So you're right. We're all going to have to fight to stand out. All those other classes are going to come after us. But I'll be aiming for the top 2. Izuku glanced up at the boy, a fierce challenge in his eyes as he stood beside his companion. Fine. Shoto spoke coldly while Ijiro glanced between the two uncertainly. Katsuki growled before glancing away. That seemed unnecessary. He's your classmate. You should be trying to help each other. You commented, frowning lightly as they walked to catch up with the rest of the class. I wish, but I guess he wants to prove himself by beating us? At least he has a proper goal. The teenager gave a wan smile. Don't you worry, Izuku will win this sports festival. The woman promised solemnly. She was a gorgeous, graceful, and relatively tall woman with a slender, curvaceous frame. She had long, straight, black hair reaching her mid-back, with short bangs framing her forehead, but in a more elaborate updo of braids wrapped around her head. She had upturned red eyes. She wore a form-fitting, halter-style black dress that showcased her shoulders and chest, with a choker featuring square holes and a golden rose pendant, and a red rose pattern on the inside of her skirt. The front of the skirt was mid-thigh length, while the back reached below her knees. She also wore a pair of black thigh-high boots with square holes at their collars, matching her choker, a rose symbol at the bottom of their soles, and black fingerless gloves. She wore a gold-colored headband with a rose and 2 spikes on each side. As the class came to the end of the tunnel, they'd entered the tunnel that led beneath the stadium. The vice class representative stood to attention at the front of the group as Numri slid away with a wave and whispered good luck. Everyone, Momo addressed. We're all going to try our best out there today. Even if you don't make it far, it's okay. There's always next year, from where you'll be able to hone your skills. Jolting, the teenager swiftly came to a stop beside her. That's right. He cringed at the voice crack. Everyone, get your game faces on. The class nodded back determinedly. Turning around, the teenager took a deep breath, feeling the reassuring rush of emotions through his mind as well as his companion's hand on the small of his back, pushing him forward out into the stadium to be met by the roaring crowd. As the crowd around them roared and Present Mic's bombastic voice blared over the speakers, the students stopped in front of the stage set up in the spacious stadium, where a grassy lane wrapped around the outside. Class 1A was soon joined by Class 1B, then by the General Studies, Business, and Support courses. Izuku stared around nervously at all the people in the crowd. I can't believe there's so many people. Neither can I. The woman beside him spoke in wonder. Now I get why you were so nervous, Izuku. She shifted uncomfortably, eyes flicking around. What if we make a mistake out here? I hope we can still achieve our best performances even though all these eyes are watching us. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero we all have to get used to. Tenya spoke firmly beside him. Present Mike sure did talk us up a lot, Ijiro stated, smiling nervously, his eyes darting around the crowd. Kind of makes me nervous. He glanced at the explosive blonde in front of him. How you feeling, man? I'm not worried, Katsuki replied, glancing around with a devilish grin. It makes me want to win even more. Suddenly, Nemuri strutted out onto the stage with many catcalls from the audience following her. She stated, smirking as she grabbed a microphone off its stand. It's time for the student pledge. The first-year student shall do this. Izuku Midoriya. W it. He squeaked, eyes widening in disbelief. Come on, man, get up there, Ijiro murmured anxiously as the teen remained frozen. W.I. me? He whimpered. Because you probably got first on the entrance exam, Hanta whispered next. What? Katsuki could feel a blood vessel about to pop. That caused him to panic further. We got first. He glanced at you. Why you wouldn't want to take my place up there, would you? He practically begged. His companion's eyes widened as she waved her hands, shaking her head rapidly. I couldn't. I've never been good with that sort of thing. She refuted suddenly, as nervous as he was. Momo stepped up beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You're our class representative for a reason, Izuku. I know you can do it. She assured him calmly, easing his worries. Right, thank you. He gave her a shaky smile as he pushed through the crowd, making his way onto the stage. Throw. Heroine winked as she stepped backward, allowing him to reach the microphone. His face burst into flame as he stared around at the crowd, racking his brains for something to say. What would All Might say? He thought, thinking of his favorite hero. He always says inspiring stuff, the boy mused. Come on, he could think of something he had to now. The teen opened his mouth. I. Damn it, stutter not now, he thought, cringing. I just wanted to say that I hope we can keep this year's sports festival clean and that even though we're competing against each other, we can still have fun and recognize that all of us and our quirks are amazing. So, plus ultra. He finished quietly. Izuku stepped away from the microphone, his legs feeling like jelly. Nemuri put a soft, steadying hand on the small of his back. You did great. She whispered encouragingly. He sent her a grin as he walked off stage, receiving the appreciative looks of his classmates. His companion smiled at him, pride filling his head as well as her chest. Great work, Izuku. Momo nodded, stating. You did very well, Izuku. Tenya nodded. I couldn't have said anything better myself. Ochako sent him a large grin. That was great, Deku. She whispered happily. He smiled shyly. Thanks, guys. He murmured. Thank you, Izuku, that was well said. Nemuri began as the cheers died down. Now, without further ado, let's get started. She cracked her whip. It's time for the first faithful game of the festival. Screens around the stadium flared to life, displaying a large spinning wheel. It spun for a moment before landing on the words. Obstacle course. The woman then explained the rules. As its name implied, The obstacle course was a course with obstacles. The track circled the stadium's perimeter, filled to the brim with obstacles for the students to overcome. There was to be no fighting between students, though nothing was said about sabotaging others' chances. Students would be disqualified from the race if they stepped outside the bounds, meaning beyond the high walls that contain the obstacles. Already, the mass of students was warming up as they headed up to the starting line. The teenager turned contemplatively to his companion. "What do you think, yeah? Either way, for us to make it count, we'd both have to cross the line, but I don't want to slow you down and dash. What? Don't be silly, Izuku, you won't slow me down." Without warning, she scooped him up under an arm as if he were baggage, leaving him dangling awkwardly beside her. What? Are you sure about this?" He could barely protest as he flailed slightly. Readjusting her grip, her eyes suddenly narrowed as the timer began counting down. "Just hang on tight, okay, and try to keep an eye on my blind spots," she ordered him. "Okay," he squeaked, arms wrapping around her waist as the timer eventually rang out. The woman lowered her body, her eyes scanning the mass of students as they took off towards the long, narrow corridor with the sun streaming at the end of the tunnel. The race is dashed. Seemingly satisfied after taking a deep breath, his companion shot off like a bullet, weaving effortlessly through the crowd as she sprinted, keeping a tight grip on him. His eyes widened in surprise as his grip tightened as they reached the head of the pack, slowing slightly as they were caught in the congestion, as the teenagers pushed and shoved desperately to be ahead in the tunnel. Glancing around as she paused yet again against the seething mass of bodies, a golden needle-like weapon akin to a stiletto appeared in her hand with a handle with a thin, circular loop at the butt and a long, conical point. With a freakish show of force, she threw the weapon into the closest wall, where it lodged in with a thunderous crack. As the teenager yet again couldn't help but think his companion was lying to him when she said she was quirkless like him, she crouched before springing upward, another stiletto appearing in her hand as she landed on the first. Just in time, too, as a cry of dismay washed over the students. Glancing over their shoulders, they found the ground encased in solid ice, with Shoto skating past the fellow students he'd trapped, working to break free. As he slid past them, he shot them a glare, lifting a hand, ice frosting over his hand, only for him to recoil as the woman launched the weapon at him, causing the stiletto to pierce straight through his hand. Clutching the hand to his chest as blood bubbled out around the lodged weapon, he glared back up at them, only to find his usually bright eyes a dull, ominous red as another weapon appeared in her hand. On instinct, he raised his hand, summoning a wall of ice, only for the stiletto to soar overhead, embedding itself into the opposite wall. Then, without the threat of an attack, his companion leapt across to the other wall, using his ice wall as a stepping stone, another weapon forming in her hand. Glancing at his injured hand, he grit his teeth as he pulled the stiletto out before swiftly sealing the hole over with ice as blood spurted across his face. "I have to admit being able to summon my weapons whenever I need on repeat is really useful," the woman chirped cheerfully as she continued the process up the tunnel. "Izuku." She glanced down as she finally landed on solid ground at the end of the tunnel, only to find the teenager's pale face staring back. Sorry, just feeling kind of dizzy," he finally mumbled as she set him down apologetically. "Sorry about that." She apologized sheepishly before her eyes widened as she pushed Izuku out of the way of the incoming bomber that seared past the pair, the explosions in his arms propelling in his hands. "Stay out of my way, Deku," he yelled over the explosions. Frowning, he turned to the shaky teenager. "Come on, we need to keep up." She spun on the spot, crouching. "Climb on my back, I'll carry you." "Okay." Knowing better than to argue now, especially as Shoto slid past with a glare, he clambered onto his companion's back, gripping her shoulders tightly. After assuring he was holding on, the woman took off after the boys, sprinting up the wide dirt path. Not too far behind them, a handful of students were clambering out of the tunnel after freeing themselves from the ice. It didn't take long for the path to widen out further as the next obstacle came up with familiar robots from the entrance exam, creating a blockade across the space. Taking it in stride, the kept hurtling towards the stationary bots, her stilettos forming in both. The teenager ducked his head, trusting his companion, as next to them, Katsuki blew a hole through a robot's chest, causing it to tumble back with a dull clang while he soared overhead. As the woman came within range of a robot, it reached down to strike her flat, only for her to cleanly leap over it. Landing on the extending arm, she raced up the appendage as it turned to face her, its opposite arm reaching across to swat them off. Without missing a beat, she threw a stiletto into its glowing optic, causing it to spark briefly before dying out as the arm, along with its body, began tilting forward. As it crashed to the ground lifelessly, the woman leapt off its shoulder, racing to catch up to Shoto, who just kneeled, gritting his teeth as ice speared outward across the ground. Similar to his display in the tunnel, the ice swiftly encased the robots, not just their feet, but their entire bodies. The ice gleamed as the boy skated between the legs of a machine, then paused to glare at the pair. Above him, the ice cracked and shattered as he turned away, skidding to a stop as the clustered machines came apart in falling chunks of ice. This companion deftly avoided several of the most significant chunks before spinning on her heel to roundhouse kick a block of ice into the newly made blockade, sending pieces of machinery encased in ice skidding away, creating an opening through she exploited, flipping over any remaining chunks as they continued the chase. "You're amazing," the teenager cried in awe, the wind streaming past his face. The woman almost startled at his words as she continued. "Izuku, I almost forgot you were there." "Thank you, but that wasn't anything too special," she dismissed, embarrassed. Izuku couldn't help but be in disbelief at her supposed nonchalance, but his attention was diverted from arguing with her by the next obstacle they were rapidly coming up to. A gaping hole in the earth stretched out before them, with narrow platforms of earth rising from the darkness below, scattered at random, and thin springs of metallic rope connecting them in a spiderweb-like pattern. Yet still his companion kept charging full tilt towards the nearest rope. "Yeah, are you sure, Dash?" She adjusted her grip on him slightly as she spoke over him seriously. "Try to stay still, Izuku, otherwise you might throw off my balance." His face paled as his question was answered. So, she was serious. Don't get him wrong, he trusted his companions, but, yeah. He tensed on her back as she leapt out over the pit, landing nimbly on the wire before swiftly walking across it. Not too far ahead, Shoto stretched out ice across the gaps between the platforms, allowing him to slide across while Katsuki blasted himself from platform to platform, currently leading the trio. In what seemed like a blur, they were across the pit with the woman readjusting her grip again as the teenager loosened his grip slightly, realizing he might have been squeezing a little too hard. As fast as you was, she wasn't going to be able to keep up with the duo ahead of them with their quirks, especially as the track ahead opened into a wide open field that, if the sign in front of it was anything to go by, was apparently a minefield. Skidding to a stop on the edge of the field, panting, his companion's brow was lightly furrowed. "I'm not sure how exactly we're going to make it over this without being blown up, Izuku, or at least not without wasting too much time," she admitted. Frowning, Izuku nodded as he slid off her back while he scanned the minefield. In the distance, growing further away were the two boys, Shoto's ice suppressing any mines he triggered, while Katsuki continued to rocket over the ground. In the grand scheme of things, he knew they already had a sizable lead over the rest of the competition, almost enough to secure third still, but for whatever reason, that wasn't good enough for him anymore. He'd grown tired of settling for whatever he was given instead of taking it. That was all he'd ever done in his life until he'd found this watch. And what had he said at his speech at the opening of the festival for everyone to be plus ultra? Well, that meant him as well, didn't it? Glancing at Yo, a plan was forming. "Yeah." She turned to him curiously. "Yes, Izuku?" He glanced at the sign, then back at her. "I have an idea, grab that sign please." He motioned at the sign as he cautiously stepped out onto the minefield. Eyes widening in alarm, his companion watched as he crouched beside the closest raised ridge in the earth. Despite her questions, she turned, pulling the sign out of the ground without much trouble, before coming up behind him carefully, only to find him digging out a small crater with his hands in hurried but controlled strokes. "Yeah, if you can dig up any mines nearby and bring them and chuck them in this hole, okay, we don't have much time." The teenager turned to her eyes blazing in determination, silencing her questions for the time being as she nodded, turning to dig up a handful of mines that soon ended up in the crater, stacked carefully on top of each other. As the distant thundering of footsteps came closer, Izuku turned to the woman, wiping the sweat from his brow. This'll have to be enough. He'd wished for more in case it wasn't enough to take the lead, but they couldn't afford to waste any more, especially as the boys ahead had almost cleared the field entirely. I still don't see how this will help us, Izuku, you stated, concerned as she glanced over her shoulder at the horde of students in hot pursuit. He gave a nervous smile, suddenly worried his plan wouldn't work out. No time for second-guessing now. Can you carry me, please? She nodded, still confused as she kneeled, allowing him to climb on her back and securing his grip on her shoulders. Now the plan is to grab that sign and use it to shield us as we jump on those mines. That's your plan? The woman's jaw dropped. He shifted his clammy hands as a rush of alarm to various degrees raced through his mind. Why yes. He winced, pushing the rising tide of emotion into the back of his mind as his companion glanced over her shoulder even as she picked up the sign. Even as she considered, her gaze shifted from the teenager to the boys ahead, then to the growing crowd gaining on their position. I guess we don't have much of a choice now. She smiled ruefully. Hang on tight then. Even as the emotions through their head reached a fever pitch, you grasped and crouched lightly as she hopped forward with the sign. The ensuing explosion was immediate as she pulled her hands back to avoid them being blown off, only for them to swiftly wrap back around the sheet of metal as it warped underneath her, causing her to shift her body to fit around the dent it created. The wind whipped past the pair as Izuku clung to his companion for dear life as they soared over the minefield. Still, even with the number of mines collected, it wasn't enough, as gravity didn't waste time in reasserting its hold over them, slowing their progress to almost be on level with the teenagers ahead of them. As the soaring lessened and the falling took hold, his companion released her grip on the sheeting as she drew herself to her feet, her arms out wide as the ground rushed up to meet them. Closing his eyes as the teenager braced for impact, he didn't witness as in an impressive acrobatic display the woman pushed off the sign, causing it to slam into the ground with resounding thud denoting the mines underneath, causing the two boys who'd been neck and neck to be sent careening off to either side as she fell into stumbling run, avoiding ducking into a roll in case it threw off Izuku. Opening his eyes as you regained her footing, immediately picking up speed, his eyes opened fully in surprise as he glanced over his shoulder, finding the teenagers breaking out from the ensuing smoke. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. Turning back, his legs wrapped tighter around his companion nervously as she continued sprinting like an arrow from a bow, now on the narrowing pathway that led back up to another tunnel into the stadium. However, he was suddenly thrown from her back as a sheet of ice snaked up behind them, snagging her foot. Rolling over with a grunt, he found the woman's legs already encased in ice as she hissed, stilettos forming in her hands to hack at the ice, chipping it off. She glanced up at him, smiling lightly. I'll be fine, Izuku. Now go win this for us. She encouraged. The teenager hesitated, torn between rescuing her even if he couldn't offer much help. But it was as the smoke finally cleared with two familiar figures bursting out neck and neck that finally made him nod determinedly, which his companion mirrored as he spun on his heel, sprinting off. Panting filled the tunnel, echoing off the walls even as he pushed himself to the limits to keep running, as he could hear the explosions and heavy breathing following him, gaining on him. Yet as the light at the end of the tunnel grew brighter, he tucked his chin down, running even harder as his muscles ached and his heart pounded. He supposed he had to thank the woman for basically running the entire course for him, allowing him to save his energy for this mad dash that would carry him across the finish line at the end of the tunnel. The stadium roared to life, the crowd springing out of their seats as they cheered. As the teenager came to a stop, panting heavily as he bent over, hands on knees, his rivals crossed with Katsuki just edging out over Shoto. Deku, no way, not again. The blonde growled as he caught his breath. How could he have been beaten by him again? Izuku. A familiar voice called, making him turn. He smiled as you jogged over, beaming proudly. You did it, you won. She cheered, noticing the screen behind the stage now showed the leaderboard of students. Me? Without you, I wouldn't have even been close to making it. He wiped the sweat from his brow before she embraced him warmly. I wouldn't say that. She dismissed carelessly, her joy clear. I'm sure you would have found a way even without me or any of the others. I don't know about that. He gave a goofy, shy smile as she pulled back. That idea with the mines was brilliant, by the way. I never would have thought of that. That really helped out. She complimented as finally, more students began flooding into the stadium. Thank you. His smile broadened as agreement rose in his mind. As every student crossed the finish line of the obstacle course, it was announced that a brief break would be held for the remaining students to rest and tend to any injuries they'd sustained during the race. As his class trudged out of the stadium, everyone was in high spirits since they'd made the cut. The teenager followed along behind, his companion at his side. Hey, Izuku. A voice called. The duo turned to find Midnight waving from the edge of the stage. Midnight? Izuku paused, puzzled as she waved them over. I'm very impressed by both of your efforts so far. She praised before turning to the woman beside him. But I really just wanted to say that as a fellow woman who wears heels, you'll have to teach me. You pulled off some of those moves, yep, because when I thought I did well to work as a hero in them, I realized you'd put me to shame. Please, it was nothing really. I've just been fighting in heels my whole life, so I'm used to it. You waved away her compliment with a kind smile. Soon enough, after a brief respite, the remaining students surrounded the stage where Midnight stood, spinning the digital wheel on the screen behind her. Eventually, after much anticipation, it landed on Cavalry Battle, which allowed her to explain the rules with a crack of her whip. Teams of 2 to 4 would be formed for this event and earn points by grabbing headbands from other groups. The rider will wear the accumulated headband points, while the rest of the group will be the horses that carried them. The headband can only be worn around the head or the neck, and if a team crumbles or loses a headband, that team is not out of the game. A headband could be obstructed, as long as it was reasonable. Quirks could be used but not maliciously, or they'd be disqualified. Midnight then ordered the students to begin team negotiations, but only after dropping the bombshell that the number of points each student had depended on their placement in the obstacle course. Thus, Izuku had the highest score, as shown on the screens. Immediately, he froze up, face paling as a ring of faces turned to stare him and his companion down, who had also paused as his nervousness overtook her. Shaking out of it, the woman turned to him, smiling encouragingly. I guess that's the price for performing so well. With the students now having 15 minutes to team up, everyone spread out, already splitting up into groups. Face pale, Izuku laughed nervously as he wiped the sweat from his brow. All right. He wondered who he could team up with here? I mean, who was he kidding who'd want to team up with him now? Doing that would also paint a target on their back as well, but at least with his companion, that allowed him a slight relief in not having to choose someone to be on his team, though he would have to consider if he should swap you out for someone else. With the way the festival would progress, he'd promised the girls that morning that if he had the chance, he'd swap them out to allow them all to have a turn to show off if he could make it work. Considering how hard the woman beside him had worked during the obstacle course, he reckoned she deserved a well-earned break. But as he reminded himself, he could only be sure who to swap her out with after he'd found more teammates, though he already had several ideas bouncing around his head. All of which he was muttering out loud, of course. Hey, Deku, let's team up. Ochako suddenly broke through his inner turmoil. Ochako! The woman beside him cheered. He turned to her nervously. Ochako, are you sure? Since I have so many, everyone will be after me and my stupid points. Tell me you're not kidding. Well, if we run away the whole time, they won't win, right? She replied cheerfully. Why, you're either overestimating me or underestimating everyone else here. He replied shakily. She's right, Izuku, we can do this. His companion piped up in support. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you like. She continued, showing a smile full of teeth. At least now they had a teammate. Actually, I wanted to team up with you too. Thanks a lot. You're right. For a game that requires so much teamwork, it's smart to find people you communicate smoothly with. The girl nodded enthusiastically. Now we need 2 others to join our team. The duo turned, rushing over to their friend. Tenya, want to team up with us? We could use your speed to avoid everyone else. Doubled with Ochako's quirk, we'd be too quick for anyone else to keep up. The boy turned, surprised, before bowing his head. A good strategy, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. The boy adjusted his glasses and stared at his friend intently. Since this all started, I've been losing to you, Izuku. Please don't take this as an insult. You're a great friend, but I'll never grow stronger by following you. Shoto has challenged you already, and Katsuki has never seemed fond of you, but they aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. Izuku, I'll try my best to defeat you. Tenya turned, leaving the pair behind as he joined the team of Shoto, Momo and Denki, all already huddled together, strategizing. Izuku watched with clenched fists. The boy was right, but it still felt like a betrayal. He glanced around at the crowds. Everyone else seemed to have formed groups now. Well, that wasn't very nice. You deflated. He glanced at Ochako, finding her worriedly staring at Tenya, still clearly not expecting such a break-off from the taller boy. What are we going to do, Deku? She murmured, meeting her eyes. He smiled reassuringly. Well, if it's just us three, I think we can make something work. She gave a wobbly smile. Suddenly, a mischievous voice broke the silence. Perfect, you're still looking for teammates. The sound of whirring filled the air as the trio turned, only for a person to lean into the teenager's face. Team up with me, person in first place. Izuku leapt backward a step. Who are you? He yelled in shock. The girl wore an assortment of gadgets over her body, with goggles with an intersection in their center. She took them off while swishing her pink hair back. I'm a student in the support course, Mei Hatsum. She had yellow eyes with crosshairs in the center, intently boring into the boy. You're the weirdo from the obstacle course. Ochako realized, remembering their encounter. We haven't met yet, but I want to use your current fame to my advantage. If I team up with you, I'll be in the spotlight. I'll be part of the team everyone's keeping their eyes on. The girl explained excitedly, stepping forward and closing the space between them again as her dazzling eyes locked with the teenagers. That means my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies tuning into the sports festival. Following that line of reasoning, this is the best way for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited. She explained further. Ochako sidestepped the girl as she followed a backpedaling Izuku. Would you slow down a minute? Did you bring babies with you? She glanced at the woman, who shrugged helplessly, similarly overwhelmed by the pink-haired girl's enthusiasm. The girl suddenly brought out a large box. Opening it revealed even more gadgets. Suddenly, she and Izuku were talking excitedly about the devices and how some heroes used similar technology. Ochako stood on the sidelines, straight-faced, along with ya. Of course, you can join Mei, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. While losing Tenya was a definite blow to him and Ochako, he felt more confident now that their team was complete. I knew you'd say yes after seeing my babies. The pink-haired girl beamed. Turning to his companion, he gave a tight smile. Hey, is it okay if I swap you out with someone else now? Of course. She nodded easily, smiling kindly. Thank you. He nodded, smiling back as he activated the watch on his wrist, immediately drawing Mei closer like a moth to a flame. Thank you again for your hard work. You deserve a good rest. Friaren, come out. As he found the correct hologram, he pressed the dial in. With a soft click, the assassin disappeared with a smile and wave, and in her place, with a flash of purple light, appeared a sleeping elf. The teenager couldn't help the fond smile that lit up his face, even as he sighed. Friaren, wake up. He shook her lightly by the shoulders, causing her to groan as she stirred awake. She blinked blearily as she glanced around. Izuku, I see I'm out. She yawned. What's wrong, you needed me? He ran a hand through his curly hair nervously. Yes, sorry to wake you, Friaren, but would it be all right if you helped us out for this event? Of course. She nodded easily, stifling another yawn. So, what am I doing? He blinked. How long have you been asleep? Don't worry, I only fell asleep after you and you won the obstacle race. Your plan with the mines, however, was too risky for my liking, but still, you succeeded, so good work. Reaching up, she pet his head affectionately with a pleased smile. Thanks, Friarin. He removed her hand, blushing lightly before he briefly explained the new event they were participating in. I see. His companion placed a hand under her chin in thought. Well then, we should be fine, but who will be our rider? That's what I was about to ask. Ochako piped up. Well, what I want to ask is, what is that lovely baby on your wrist, Izuku, and what does it have to do with these women? Mei suddenly jumped back into the conversation, eyes wide in delight. The teenager shied away nervously. This watch is like my support item. It basically allows me to use my quirk, which allows me to summon these women, my companions, to help me. Before the girl could get any closer to him, though, she was practically on top of him already in her excitement. Their attention was pulled as, since the teams were sorted, everyone was directed to grab their headbands from the stage. All right, everyone. Midnight suddenly called. You'll all want to move into the center of the stadium in that large rectangle and remember not to go out of bounds. The teams slowly made their way into the rectangle as a rider from each team climbed onto their teammates, who surrounded the edge of the space. The woman sitting above the students carefully placed the headband over her head, mindful of catching her ears on it. Now begin. The pro-heroine yelled, cracking her whip. Immediately, several different teams shot forward, all booking it for Izuku's team. Stealing the team with the most points straight away was an excellent way to ensure a victory, as long as they could keep it, he knew. Which is why he'd expected this and come up with a brief plan with what little time they had left to get sorted. This is it, Ochako stated, drowning her nervousness out as the teams continued to advance at them full pelt. Here they come, Mei exclaimed excitedly. It's time. His companion held out her hand, her staff forming in her grip with a flash of light. As the teams drew closer, the teenager adjusted his grip, glancing up at the woman almost impatiently, before finally she pointed her staff straight ahead at the nearest group. Instantly, blue, almost white translucent hexagons fell over the group in a dome just in time, as Katsuki slammed into the shield with a growl, palms igniting in a powerful explosion that only served to send him flying back to his waiting group. Many of the groups surrounding them charged headlong into the barrier, only to send them stumbling back or to flatten them against it. Suddenly, a spear of ice slammed into the shield, spreading across it. Shoto stared them down as he waved his hand, spreading the ice further over them, encasing them. Clenching his hand, the frost began seething over the barrier, crunching as it pushed against the Icted shield. While their protection seemed steadfast, Friarin glanced down calmly. We need to get out of here before he traps us in, she stated. All right. Izuku shifted his stance, as did the girls with the boots Mei was wearing, firing to life. With the pink-haired girl at the front, she'd lead them, while thanks to Ochako's quirk, which made all their clothes weightless, it'd be less strain on the carriers and help with their maneuverability. And with the hydraulic machine strapped to each of his legs, his own speed would be increased. With a wave of her staff, the barrier fell, allowing the ice to rush in to collapse over them, only for a circle of intricate patterns to surround the group. The circles glowed a hot white before a beam of white energy shot out, reducing the ice to nothingness. As the many teams around them dodged the attack, the teenagers' group turned, Mei boosting them away as her teammates kept up their steps much lighter. Shoto glared after them from behind the thick sheet of ice he'd thrown up to block the attack, his breathing heavy as ice crawled up his arm. I don't think so. A voice rang out. Suddenly, the floor beneath their team turned to quicksand. Immediately, the teenagers began sinking. No good. I can't get out. Ochako exclaimed, tugging uselessly at her foot. Neither. Mei squawked, watching helplessly as her babies on her feet were eddy into the ground. Not to worry. His companion's voice cut calmly through the sudden chaos, as, with a wave of her staff, they were seemingly plucked up by the scruffs of their uniforms by an invisible hand, pulling them out of the quicksand-like ground before dropping them abruptly out of the muck. As the teenagers stumbled slightly, the woman turned, eyes finding the boy crouched near the ground, hands pushed into the ground. Zoltrak. Without hesitation, she raised her staff, firing at the teenager, only to find her attack blocked by a sudden wall of vines. The vines, smoking lightly, pulled back to the girl, gritting her teeth. Facing forward as her team ran off to escape from the group of teams now circling each other in the chaos, she blinked in surprise as a pair of earjacks came shooting after her. Raising her staff, the same hexagon barrier blocked the attack. Preoccupied with blocking that attack, the elf wasn't expecting a long pink appendage to suddenly wrap around her staff, wrenching it out of her hands. She frowned lightly as she turned, finding her staff disappearing into the folds of Mizo's folded arms over his back. That was another unexpected obstacle in this world. This world didn't have mana. No, that wasn't quite right. They seemed to, but they didn't, at least not in the sense that she knew of. Obviously, mana in her world had been different as well, but nothing so much as to throw her off as it did now. Izuku was the closest match she could find in the familiarity of it, yet compared to him, everyone else still threw her for a loop. It was a hurdle she was overcoming slowly but surely, but she admitted it didn't help when her mana detection when casting spells was apprentice level. "Do you think we can use this?" Minoru asked frantically, gripping the staff Tsuyu had handed him. "Ribbit, I'm not sure, but it can't hurt to try," she replied, watching as he nervously held the tip of the staff out from behind Mizo's limbs only for it to disappear in his hands, leaving him clutching at air as his eyes widened. What the dash dot. Mouth falling open, he glanced around only to find the staff forming back in the elf's hands as she faced them, a glint of amusement in her eyes as the tip lit up. Zoltrak. She made a mental note to thank Mei Mei for sharing that idea with everyone during the fight with Nomo. Knowing that even if their weapons broke or were lost, they could summon a replacement was very handy indeed. As Mizo's limbs closed entirely around the pair, he still couldn't stop himself from being launched back, sliding along the ground as his limbs steamed as he grit his teeth, tears springing in his eyes. "Don't think for a second you're safe," a voice suddenly yelled, grabbing for the elf's headband, only to be caught in a net fired by Mei. Momentarily stunned, the boy couldn't react fast enough as the woman whirled around with her staff, sending him careening through the air with the cast of Zoltrak. "What the hell?" The blonde hissed as he was abruptly dragged back down by a roll of tape. Just as a sudden sheet of ice raced across the ground towards them, Frieren lowered her staff, the pattern forming at the tip as a torrent of flames burst out, evaporating the ice into steam and creating a smoke screen between the two groups now facing off. "We'll be taking that headband now, Izuku," Shota stated coldly, eyes narrowed. "It seems he has it out for you, Izuku," his companion commented, staring down the rival team. "Now, Tenya. Forward." Shoto commanded as the steam finally dissipated. "Right." The boy with glasses replied, the engines in his legs bursting to life, shooting them forward as the roller skates Momo had made let the rest of their team be dragged along with ease. "Denki. I know what to do," the boy responded, electricity crackling around his body. Immediately, Frieren aimed her staff at the boy and, with an upward flick, sent him into the air, causing him to release a girlish scream as his group paused momentarily, dumbfounded. "Somebody help!" He screamed only to freeze in midair with the woman's staff pointed at him. Following the tip of her staff, the boy was sent hurtling back down toward his team, still crackling with electricity, his fear overriding his reason to turn off his quirk. Before Shota could block the boy with his ice, Momo suddenly threw a large insulated blanket over the group that she had created. Colliding into his group, Denki released a sudden burst of electricity that the blanket absorbed. At the same time, a wall of pale blue hexagons forming in front of them stopped the teenagers' group from catching any stray bolts. After throwing the boy off himself, Tenya grit his teeth. "Everyone, time's running out, so I'm going to do something that will make me completely useless to you, but it's worth it." "What are you gonna do?" Shoto questioned. "Make sure you get that headband. Now brace yourselves and hold on tight." The boy with glasses continued, getting into a sprinter's stance. The rider nodded, readying ice in the palm of his hand while Denki awkwardly stood before retaking his position under Shoto. Not liking where this was going, the elf immediately expanded her barrier into the same dome from earlier, only for ice to swiftly coat the barrier, freezing it over. Recipro burst! Tenya yelled, moving forward in a blur. Shoto narrowed his eyes against the sudden wind while throwing up another palm of ice onto the barrier. Catching on to Tenya's plan and anticipating Friaran's choice of response, Momo swiftly allowed a long, thin steel jousting rod to shoot out of her chest and into her arms, where she had enough time to brace for impact. Tenya launched them forward, slamming a roundhouse kick straight into the shield. At the same time, Momo rammed the pole as hard as she could, and the ice thickened. Yet even with the combined attack, the group remained steadfast within the barrier, the woman staring them down blankly as cracks formed across the hexagonal patterns, only to reform seamlessly. "Tenya, what was that?" Shoto asked in shock. "I pushed my torque and RPM into overdrive, which gives me explosive power. Unfortunately, the recoil stalls my engines for a while. It's a secret move I'd been saving." The boy turned, the opposing team, smoke pouring out of his engines. "I told you, Izuku. I'd do my best to beat you." He spoke, grinning lightly. Without blinking, a hole appeared in the shield as the telltale flare of her staff's activation made Shota hastily turn, throwing up a wall of ice. His eyes widened, however, as the beam shot straight through, causing him to awkwardly lean out of the way and raise his arm, fire flaming across to life across the limb on instinct to block the blow. As it made contact, it would have thrown him off his group if it weren't for his team's death grip around his legs. As he bent over panting as his body screamed in agony, he glanced up through hooded eyes as the teenager's group turned the barrier, falling as they took off. He glanced at his arm from which the fire had sprouted. He'd gone to use his left side. What was wrong with him? He thought. "Quick! After them!" Momo yelled. Tenya grimaced, taking a halting step forward before his engines groaned. "I can't run properly. My engines are still stalled." Shoto frowned as Katsuki suddenly rocketed overhead, releasing another explosion at the retreating group, while the woman successfully blocked the attack with another hexagon plate that formed in the air. Then, with a blare, the timer rang, sounding the end of the game. Katsuki fell back down to his team, furious. "We were so close to first place," Mina complained dejectedly. "Sure, but we're moving on, so it's all good," Hanta replied casually. "I don't think our leader would agree with you. Like at all." Ijiro muttered, staring at the blonde as he yelled into the ground, his body vibrating angrily. With a sigh, Izuku's team came to a halt. "We did it." Ochako cheered. "Yeah, we did. Good job, guys. I couldn't have done it without you." The teenager exclaimed. "Well done indeed." His companion expressed as she was allowed down while waving her staff away. "You all did well. I mean, I guess if we're being honest, though, you really helped us out, Friaran. Your quirk is really powerful." The brunette admitted, rubbing the back of her head. While the teenager or his companions had never outright admitted that their powers weren't necessarily quirks, they weren't about to openly acknowledge that the woman was using magic rather than a quirk. "Nonsense, we all had a part to play." The elf shook her head easily. "Yeah, if we didn't have your quirk, Ochako, or May's inventions, we would have been in way more trouble for sure." The teenager piped up as the students began filing out of the stadium for another break, having briefly met near the stage to return the headbands. "Yet Friaran totally took everyone's attention away from my babies." May wailed. "Now I'll have to work even harder to show them off during the next event." "Tenya, you were holding out on us. I had no idea. You could do that." Ochako exclaimed to Tenya, miming running. The boy waved his hand, speaking calmly. "Rest assured. I had no intention to deceive you. I was just being strategic. I merely wanted to show I could compete with Izuku. I fear it didn't work out though. You're always trying to one-up each other." Ochako fired back contemplatively. "But hey, it was still really cool even if Friaran managed to block it. Speaking of which, where did they go?" she questioned, glancing around. "I thought I saw them hanging back with Shoto after the game," Tenya replied, hand against his chin in thought. "I hope he's okay. Shoto did seem to have something to prove against him." "Yeah, what's up with that anyway?" The girl wondered aloud as they made their way toward the cafeteria. Izuku stood in a dark hallway, watching Shoto in silence, his mouth and eyes wide in shock and disgust. The boy across from him had just poured his heart out, explaining his motives for working to beat him. He knew Izuku had some connection with All Might, and when his father Endeavor was so motivated to beat the symbol of peace as the #1 hero, he had a quirk marriage to make Shoto to one day beat him. Yet he wouldn't use his left side. His father's flaming side. Because of what his mother had said and done to him. Shoto would hold it against his father for the rest of his life. Shoto pushed off the wall, striding away into the daylight. No matter how fiercely you come at me in the future with whoever else you have at your side, I will beat you only using my right side. I can assure you of that. The troubled teenager pushed off the wall after him, sympathy and determination flashing through his eyes. Hey, wait. Shoto paused. I'm only here because others have supported me. I've been really lucky. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, then at his silent, contemplative companion. All Might is constantly saving people with a fearless smile. He's the greatest hero, and I want to be just like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become #1. I know my motivation might seem stupid compared to yours, but I can't lose this either. I owe it to everyone who has supported me in doing my best. You declared war on me earlier. Well, right back at you. I am going to beat you. Shoto glanced over his shoulder, meeting Izuku's determined expression with one of his own. They stared at each other for a moment before the teenager walked away. Katsuki stood in the shadows further down the hallway, eyes widened, before he shook his head, slipping away. That was unexpected. His companion commented mildly over the mix of emotions sliding around her skull from her fellow women and the teenager. It was strange being so closely attuned now to how humans felt. It was confusing yet helpful in allowing her to relate to the boy more. It would have been quite useful with Fern and Stark as well, she admitted. Or even Himmel. A well of regret opened in her chest that she dismissed after a moment. You're telling me? The teenager replied quietly as they navigated the maze-like halls under and around the stadium to find the cafeteria. So, what now? She questioned mildly, though she could already guess the answer. Nothing changes no matter what, we're still going to win the sports festival. I thought as much. She nodded, a small smile creeping up her face as she kept pace with him, already craving the meat she could order at the cafeteria. Izuku and his companion were lucky enough to slip into the cafeteria unnoticed and, with the lunch lines having died down, were able to eat in relative peace until they were called back into the stadium. As he arrived, the teenager's face flushed as he gazed at his female classmates, who stood silently, each in varying degrees of embarrassment. The girls in his class were all wearing UA cheerleader uniforms, complete with yellow pom-poms. As he wondered how such a thing could happen while he averted his gaze, he could hear Denki and Minoru snickering. Suddenly, Midnight stepped onto the stage, cracking her whip. It's time to get these finals underway. So, let's see who will be going up against whom. She pointed at the screen, where the brackets appeared. Suddenly, a hand shot up in the crowd. Sorry, but I'd like to withdraw. Izuku glanced backward. Mashireo, no way. But this is a rare chance for you to get scouted, Tenya exclaimed in shock. It just wouldn't be right. The boy with the tail continued solemnly. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end of it. I think it was that guy's quirk. He stared at the purple-haired boy, who shot him an emotionless stare before glancing away. I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Just think about this. Izuku started calmly. I have okay. Mashireo shot back heatedly. Everyone gave their all in the cavalry battle, but I was just someone's puppet. No way. I don't want to advance without even knowing how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. Another boy stepped forward. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am. This isn't how I wanted to get here. Listen to these guys. They're so manly. Ijiro muttered, clenching a fist against his chest. What a waste. The elf sighed. Fine then, but we'll have to get some students to replace you too since you're both withdrawing. Midnight stated, surveying the crowd. After a brief back and forth between the teacher and some Class 1B students, It was decided that the girl with vines for hair and the boy with the strange substance around his eyes would advance, having proven their worth most in the last round. The brackets were finally flipped over, revealing the matchups. Izuku blanched. Was he going to be the first matchup? Great, he thought. If he and Shoto won their rounds, they would face each other in the second round. First things first, he thought. He'd have to worry about this Hitoshi guy. That is you, right? Izuku Midoriya? A voice spoke beside him. He glanced to see the purple-haired boy. He jumped. It was him. A pleasure. The boy continued unperturbed. So, you're excited? Why ? Not so fast. A large appendage covered the teenager's mouth while his companion stepped in front of him protectively. Hitoshi smirked knowingly before walking away. Izuku turned around as the tail retracted. Mashireo? Frieren? What's the deal? I don't trust him. The woman stated. You can't say a word to him. The boy responded. Seriously. The trio began walking to the waiting room. In contrast, the students who didn't make the cut into the finals started participating in some of the recreational activities UA hosted. At the same time, they had their arena built by Cementos, a moderate-sized rectangle elevated above the much larger rectangle where the cavalry battle took place. Why? The teenager asked curiously. Because that's how he gets in your head and controls you, Mashireo responded. So, his quirk lets him control other people? Can I beat something like that? Izuku glanced at the elf nervously. She nodded. Of course we can. Yes, by not giving him a chance to use it. He didn't get into my head until I answered a question he asked me. I think that's the secret behind his power. Mashireo backed up. So, it's best if I don't say anything just in case. Otherwise, I'll lose for sure. The teenager nodded along. Not exactly. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. Mashireo continued as they entered the waiting room. I don't remember anything until the end of the cavalry battle. We were running away after Hitoshi took someone's headband. I bumped into another person. It was like I woke up. I was me again, and suddenly I was able to think clearly. So that bump broke his hold? The teenager questioned, now seated at a table with the pair. Maybe. It's only a guess. Still, I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell, and in a one-on-one match, you can't count on an outside force intervening to help you, or at least that's what I'd say if it weren't you and your quirk. He gave a smile, shaking his head. Anyway, man, I hope that's helpful because that's all I know. The boy with the tail spoke casually, stretching as he stood. Thanks, Mashireo, you're a good guy, Izuku replied, standing as well. I know this sounds selfish, but I'll say it anyway. Beat this guy for you and me, right? He asked, holding out a fist. The teenager nodded, bumping fists. I'll do my best. That's all I needed to hear. Mashireo smiled, moving to exit the room. Now I'll leave you to relax. You'll be out there soon. Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath as the boy closed the door before turning to Frieren. Time to get down to business. Considering our connection to each other because of the watch, which allows us to feel each other's emotions as well as pain from injuries, I'd assume that means if Hitoshi managed to control either of us, it'd work on both of us. He began talking to himself more, his companions seated beside him. That sounds about right, yes. The woman nodded along. Which could prove challenging, but as Mashireo said, as long as neither of us speaks, we should be fine. He continued his speech, growing quieter as he rambled on. And judging from who pulled out earlier, then he probably had at least half of his team under his control, which means he's definitely reliant on his quirk to make others work for him. Frieren. Before she could doze off any further, she was jolted awake by the teenager's voice. Cracking open her eyes, she pitifully stifled a yawn. Yes, Izuku? I was muttering again, wasn't I? He gave an apologetic smile. You might have been. She focused back on him. So, what's your plan?